Okay, how about now? Audio should be working. Everything is up. Hi, Maxie the cat. Let me make sure multi-stream is going. Oh, I guess we could talk about James Somerton, couldn't we? Hi, I'm mute. I guess it doesn't even show up on camera. Man, I went through I painted my nails today and I got this like sheen and it turned out awfully because I put on multiple layers and you can't even tell like the color from the thing. So I'm so disappointed. Hello. Thank you guys very much. Aw, thank you very much for the slap, penguin. Oh, wait, hang on. Let me get that. No, come back. There we go. Ah! Where's that sticker? Where was it in chat? I know it was here. Oh, yeah. Well, Madeline, I'm thankful you are here to watch this stream with us today. And K-Verity Art, no, we could talk about James Somerton. I totally didn't even think about James Somerton. Excuse me. Which is ironic because I'm a YouTuber and stuff. But I guess, like, we absolutely could. It's just... Like, all right, we have stuff to get through because it has been such a bonkers, crazy year. And so I wanted to do a little bit of a kind of year-end roundup retrospective look at all of the top political controversies of the year. And I'm going to be staying away from the harder stuff because I really want this to be more of a case of being able to point and laugh at something rather than having it, overshadow any joy and optimism we can have moving forward. So this is going to be just a more fun stream to look at the conservative state of neuroses throughout the last year, and to do that, to really get it kicking, get it started. And yes, Kermit Thorson, it is a bird skull necklace. And thank you, Jamie Jamtoom, sorry. Thank you, Jamtoom, for following. Trans Girl Jade, thank you for subscribing at tier 1. And I apologize to everybody who has to listen to that sound. That's my dog. She is very, I got her a bone to help sidetrack her during this, and she is very enthused about it. So yes, I wanted to kick off because I feel like there's no where we can really start except for with this controversy. I love the music they're putting on this. This is like Modern Warfare menu music. Thank you very much, Blue Sky Drinking, for subscribing. This sounds like the original Modern Warfare menu music.
This month I celebrated my day 365 of womanhood, and Bud Light sent me possibly the best gift ever, a can with my face on it. Check out my Instagram story to see how you can enjoy March Madness with Bud Light. And
it was a Bud Light. Excuse me, goodness. It was a Bud Light ad. Like that's all it was. It was an ad with a very popular influencer. Patrick W. Dune super chatted $2. Jordan, thank you so much for making 2023 amazing. Thank you guys for being here. I wouldn't have been able to do any of this if I didn't have people watching. See, you can this is the look of a really, I put this actually at the beginning of the first church infiltration video because it came out during Pride Month, so it was still fresh. But this is the look of a man who is like livid. Like at his core, he is overflowing with hatred and animosity over something he knows he ultimately has no say in, like a trans person drinking beer. It's so good. It's so good. I love it. Yeah, impotent rage is a great way to put it. As he is about to go ham. Ooh. So scary. It's hitching up for me. Come on. Lingerie. What is this background music? This is so unserious. I love this. Oh God, remember the Keurig one?
This box for you. For more informative videos like this,
for more informative videos, great. Your girl Bath, thank you very much for subscribing. It's just, it's so deeply unserious. Yeah, let's see. I know we got some other ones here. Oh yes, let's go deeper into this rabbit hole. These are a bunch of guys from the Daily Wire. This is the Daily Wire Sports show. I haven't seen this one, but these guys, I know they suck because they make up a fair amount of the cast of the hit film Lady Ballers, which if you haven't seen, which you probably, if I'm being honest, you probably haven't seen. If you haven't seen it, good on you, but also you can watch my review and basically get the gist of it in roughly half the time as that pile of garbage. So yeah, let's get the Daily Wire sports guys' take on Bud Light.
I'm not looking at the numbers, but there is no way in hell.
They shouldn't make it so easy to dunk because just looking at you, man, you don't seem like a numbers guy. Sorry. I'm not surprised you're not looking at the numbers. You don't seem like a real 2+2 kind of fella. You know what I mean?
That the Bud Light demographic numbers returned a net positive for having Dylan Mulvaney as your sponsor, celebrating a biological male and 365 days of girlhood with Bud Light putting Dylan Mulvaney on a can.
Hi. Impressive carrying skills, right? I got some Bud Lights for us.
See, here's how I know Dylan is way more pure than me. I've never actually watched this video all the way, but the joke I would have made if I were a trans person doing a spot for Bud Light and they had just given me a collaborative can, like a 6-pack of cans with my face on them, my joke would have been, I sit them on the table and I say, nice cans, right? Because you get it. It's okay. You get it. It's fine. That's just, I know Dylan is a cinnamon roll compared to me. This is why Dylan is more famous than I am.
So, I kept hearing about this thing called March Madness, and I thought we were all just having a hectic month, but it turns out it has something to do with sports. And I'm not sure exactly which sport, but either way, it's a cause to celebrate. This month, I celebrated my day 365 of womanhood, and Bud Light sent me possibly the best gift ever, a can with my face on it. Check out my Instagram story to see how you can enjoy March Madness with Bud Light and maybe win.
Too rowdy, too crass.
Love ya. Cheers. Go team. Whatever team you love, I love too. Okay. Love ya. Okay. Break a leg. Woo.
I can't drink it anymore. Dylan Mulvaney.
It's so like this is why I wanted to go over everything so we could all relive together men looking at that cute, completely ineffectual ad from some streamer, not even a streamer, an influencer, like Dylan Mulvaney is a influencer, and making a quick little joke saying, hey, thanks Bud Light for acknowledging this big campaign that I did that was the thing that put Dylan Mulvaney kind of on the map. And seeing that and immediately going, I can't drink it anymore. I can't drink this completely mediocre beer. Oh God, it's so good. It's mwah. Mwah.
Sponsored by Bud Light? I really want to make a joke right now. I could really make a hilarious joke, but I'm not going to.
What was the... Go ahead. God, I can't believe the Daily Wire is canceling comedy. God, the woke cancel culture strikes again. He couldn't make a joke.
Because I'm legitimately pissed off at this. It's like the NHL. And look, do I care that Dylan Mulvaney thinks he's a girl?
This guy is terrible at, like, look, and I do it a lot in my videos because my iPad, I have basically taped to a phone holder, taped to a tripod, which is how I get a teleprompter effect. Dog, can you like chill for a second? So I know the eyes tracking thing, but he's particularly not great at it.
Deep down, no, not really. But I don't support it. And now
like
you're
his eyes are all over
on
the place.
Beer that let me tell you something, Bud Light. Again, I'm not in these board meetings. I'm not sitting by the computer crunching the numbers. But I'm pretty sure
he's not a numbers guy. We established this. He's not a numbers guy.
Probably doesn't err on the same line of thinking than Dylan Mulvaney does. Okay? And you know what? If Dylan Mulvaney's going to be the sponsor of some fancy dress store in New York, I get that. That's right. That follow the bouncing balls, man.
That's happened too.
That one checks out. No, but that makes sense, David. I can.
So it's okay. He can't even really get his transphobia correct because he's saying if Dylan Mulvaney, if she wants to act like she's a woman, which she is, she's a trans woman, then that's like whatever. But also, I understand if a woman gets a sponsorship for a dress ad, but beer, but it's not that big of a fucking deal. Kongu 99.2, I don't know if Dylan is actually drinking the beer, but not gonna lie, she's way more convincing than that chick who was advertising the far right beer. Oh God, that was so bad. I'll try and track that down. Let me actually do that because I can't. I'll watch a couple more seconds of this.
Look at Dylan Mulvaney pretending to be a girl and say, you know what? You're sponsored by Our Dress is the Best store in New York. That's fine. But Bud Light? What's next? I'm gonna see his face on beef jerky?
Are we sure this
Or like
one wasn't an April Fool's
carburetors?
joke? This one wasn't an April Fool's joke?
No, man, hell no. No. This is true. He's in a bathtub wearing girls' clothes, drinking a Bud Light, looking at me.
The estimated hold time is now less than 96 minutes.
It's just a goofy video. Like, they're losing their shit over it. All right, I'm going to go real quick because somebody did a god-awful, just terrible parody. I'm just going to have to find it because I don't remember who it was, but I'm going to have to find it through my profile because I dunked on them like yesterday. Ashley St. Clair. So let's suffer through this together. Mind you, was this December 27th? When was this? Oh, no, this was made.
Ultra right beer.
Oh, God, that's already. So. Blue balls. What is wrong with the beige shirt guy's face? Oh, man. Okay, so Ashley St. Clair, no idea who this person is. She works at the Babylon Bee, so you know she's got just real good ideas about comedy and such. So 6 months after the Dylan Mulvaney thing, more than 6 months after the Dylan Mulvaney thing, they decide to make a parody. I'm assuming, or unless, I don't think this is a real thing. No, because it's not actually advertising. It's just a shitty bit. But I haven't watched this all the way. So let's... Yeah, we got diversity hire at the Babylon Bee. So really bringing comedy back, everybody.
Real women drink conservative dad's ultra-right beer.
That's it. That's the parody. That's the best. It took them 6 months to come up with that. That's the... Okay. Yeah, I got... $5 from Patrick W. Dune. Never ask Amanda's salary, a woman her age, or Ashley St. Clair why she was fired from TPUSA. Wait, why was she fired from TPUSA? Why was she let go of... Oh, no shit. Oh, you think? Anti-Semitic Barbie got fired from TPUSA after a photo with white nationalists and anti-Semite services. Brand ambassador. Right-wing watch, doing it up. And she decided to change her hair color to blonde after that. She was like, yeah, that'll go good for my image. Okay. Good job, Ashley. Well done. All around. Well played. Dark Excalibur 42 on Twitter, or on Twitch, sorry. Anti-Semitic Barbie, Tiki Torch sold separately. So we had that with Dylan. That's all well and good. That's good fun. But that wasn't it for the boycotts this year. The boycotts have been coming fast and hard, fast and loose. And a lot of it's been driven by people like Matt Walsh, who are constantly trying to make new things culture war issues so they can continue making their ducats, continue raking in their bucks. So does anybody remember this one? Because I actually put out a joke about this one. And maybe, should I play, because I did a skit and I posted it to my Twitter. Should I play it over this? All right, let's do this. And then I'll play mine one, because mine is basically a parody of these dipshits.
That's right. Read the shirt. Today we're...
God damn it.
Damn it. I'm a guy watching... Oh. And all I can think is...
Stop it.
Top.
Hate YouTube shorts. What the fuck? Oh. There we go.
That's right. Read the shirt. Today we're here at... Let's go in and see what they got going on for Pride Month. So right now I'm standing. This is great. They're definitely not pushing this to your kids at all.
See, I want to... Let me see if I can just scroll down just a little. Because I want to... Can I... The volume is fucked. Like, I want to turn it up. I want to crank up the jam. But I can't. Because it doesn't fit over the whole page. That's great. It's going good. Thank you. Good job, YouTube.
Favorite. Really want to make your presence known?
Why are you doing this now? I don't...
It's not a phase, Dad.
See, oh, I'm gonna kill this stupid... Sorry, my...
Also got coloring.
Okay, there we go. My stupid... The window is just not playing nice with me. All right, so we're gonna do this one more again so we can watch it all the way through. Here we go.
That's right. Read the shirt.
All right.
Today we're here at Target. Let's go in and...
No, yeah. Mahu no Eho Halibop. Target's Pride merch was lame, TBH, over on YouTube. It's so... Like for the amount of bent out of shape conservatives got, the Target merch was such nothing this year, especially. I always look forward to Target merch because it's usually easy to find, cheap, affordable, like queer stuff. And like I have my queer shirt, I think from last year or the year before, that I really love. And there's nothing really this year that I liked, but the fact that people were so triggered over it, which by the way, it's been happening for years and years. The fact that it was so triggering that conservatives led boycotts like this is so stupid and ridiculous. Anyway, let's watch it all the way.
This is great. They're definitely not pushing this.
Definitely not pushing it, anything to your kids.
Really want to make your presence known?
He is so, again, like you see that same look of like faux happiness that is just masking impotent rage.
It's not a phase, Dad.
Like, what was that? What was that humping thing where he humped the shirt? That's not right to do. Oh, it's, first off, adults have coloring books. Adult coloring books have become like a really big thing for neurodivergent people and just like hobbyists all over. In like the last couple of years, it's not that big of a deal and it's not uncommon at all. Hammock, thank you very much for joining in the chat. So like the idea that like, oh, look at these coloring books for your kids. It's like, no, they're probably aimed at adults considering it's guys kissing. It's just like, man, this is the physical embodiment of the cry laughing emoji. Like, yeah, no, pretending not to be Patrick Dune, pretending not to be the mad Wojak, Soy Jack, yeah.
You know, it's normal, right? All the people out there on the internet that saying they're not trying to push this on our kids, this isn't Target. Okay, so maybe you're wrong.
He says that as if Target is like only for children. God, what a dipshit. All right, so that was just one of them. There were, for people who don't remember the Target boycotts, there were so many of them throughout the year. So many of them. And it was all year. Where was my... So I made one, and this was around the time I was still kind of in boy mode for the hate church. So I made one around this time. Yeah, this is one of the dumbest things I've done this year. Because like I said, it was easy for me to switch into boy mode to do like a quick parody. This was like a day or two before they took a day or two before they took the actual display down.
It was the woke LGBT agenda trying to turn you and your...
That was such a stupid... That's so dumb.
Now you do. Look at this perversion. Good Christian Americans, I want you to ask yourself, is this what you want your kids to know about? Do you want them to think it's okay to hold hands? We have moon symbolism, which for those unfamiliar with the occult is a sign of devil worship because Target are servants of Moloch and they're trying to get you and your family under the service of Satan. Oh, that is subtle. That's nice.
I'm sorry. I mean, I had to make everybody go through that. I actually got, here's the thing, that got taken down from TikTok for hate speech, which is true. That did get taken down from TikTok for hate speech, and I don't know why. I think somebody didn't realize that it was either satire or they were mad that I was satirizing satirizing the conservatives who were mad about dumb shit like that. So the other development that happened early in this year, and it came right after my video on the kind of resurgent spreading of transphobia among the right wing, which Tucker Carlson had a lot to do with. Tucky Dum Dum got ousted from Fox. And as a result, he now spends his days, like, he immediately went over to Elon, and Elon was like, yes, of course, I need anybody I can to make content on my platform. Elon sounds like a drunk vampire, right? I don't know what a South African accent is. And he makes, for those who don't know, Tucker now makes content specifically for Twitter. Like, he interviews people and does these, like, tries to do these kind of stunt interviews. And since first starting, his ratings have, and I say ratings, his views have absolutely tanked comparatively. Like, are almost non-existent. And certainly a far cry from the days of him being literally the most watched show in America, which I find very funny. Very funny. Evan Lake, thank you very much for subscribing. And Electric Meal, thank you for subscribing with Prime. So now Tucker basically has to debase himself by doing these dumbass stunts like interviewing Alex Jones. And it's so pathetic. Oh yeah, no, Pet Dogma, I see you. We're talking about that next. We're talking about that next.
So Tucker Carlson did
oh right, this is a Kyle
Alex
Kulsinski
Jones
video. I forgot about that.
Twitter show, and it was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen. I mean, he really
because I wanted to show this more, just like the good footage of it. I didn't want to scrub through the whole thing. And here's the thing. There's one of the many dumbass reasons why Elon doesn't seem to realize that Twitter is a bad platform to be a YouTube competitor is that there's no infrastructure built for like playlisting or sharing videos or recommended videos. It's not meant for that, which is why all the videos on there had a time limit before Elon was like, yeah, no, we can absolutely, we can be the town square and compete with YouTube, right? You dumbass. Ugh. Okay. So yeah, let's get to, and I guess Kyle's reaction will be in here too.
Most censored man in all American history. He was the first media figure in our history to be completely erased in one day, deplatformed. Alex Jones was deplatformed before it was a common term. And not just deplatformed, sued, attacked. They attempted to criminally charge him.
He was found guilty and he was successfully sued. For those who don't know, Alex Jones for years pushed a conspiracy that the Sandy Hook Elementary School shooting was a hoax, calling the parents who lost their children in that attack crisis actors and fakes, and saying it was all drummed up by the media and the government to steal people's guns, which of course the predictions that he makes, like usual, never panned out. But that didn't stop him from constantly poking and prodding at the parents, which led to harassment at their expense. Meanwhile, he literally profited off of it because people would come back to Alex for their news and for what's really going on. They had to join the info war where they would buy their rip-off, rebranded Brain Force pills or whatever the hell nonsense he's shilling. And yeah, as Brody Smiles in chat says, and they sued the shit out of him. Yeah, they sued him to ever love and hell. However, him being sued in this era of, conservative fears about cancel culture allowed him to kind of gain a new prominence as a one of the like right wing's prominent victims, because they do have a very victim mentality right now, which led to things like this. Now, I cannot express enough, and I say this as a fairly frequent viewer of things like Knowledge Fight. Sorry, I'm gonna fix that again. It's still bothering me. Sorry. That'll work. I say this as a fairly frequent viewer of Knowledge Fight. Alex Jones is a liar and a grifter whose lies have caused tangible harm. Like the things that he espouses and preaches are ridiculous and almost entirely fabricated, and usually easily proven so. But I think his continued prominence and his rise back to that prominence, from being like, Alex Jones for years and years was known as a conspiracy kook. Like somebody who's just like, oh yeah, whatever, the Bush family was behind 9/11, chemicals in the water. He was a meme. He was a joke. And now on the right wing, and I think it has a lot to do with, there's this intersection of insurgent alt-right ideology that you get from places like Gab and Rumble and Odyssey, and really far out there assholes like Nick Fuentes, who has been on InfoWars, people like Gavin McInnes, people like Red Ice TV, like the real assholes. There's an intersection of that and the growing like conspiracies around COVID, around QAnon, around satanic forces running Biden's crime empire, whatever the hell people believe in. And Alex has managed to take that and kind of finagle it into a new level, a new position of relevance in modern conservatism. And he's not like a figurehead of anything. Like nobody takes him that seriously. But he is still like a worrisome figure because he has so many people who do listen to him. Okie dokie, Midnix, thank you very much for hanging out. Yeah, exactly. Pet Dogma, Alex has been made into a martyr, strangely. And that's the really weird thing, and that's really what Tucker is getting at here. Is because of this lawsuit, which started, the events of Sandy Hook started over a decade ago, I believe. So the idea that this is all part of like a modern cancel culture effort to snuff out free speech is just bullshit. And the right wing is latching onto it because that's like one of their primary narratives. That's why they all backed up Elon Musk. Which has now led to Tucker, who of course is in bed with Musk.
Alex Jones didn't rape anybody. He didn't loot Macy's. He didn't burn a police station.
This is actually perfect for Tucker and Alex Jones, because Alex loves shifting goalposts and referencing things that have nothing to do with the matter at hand. It's kind of like a thing I guess conservatives do a lot.
Didn't invent a fake cryptocurrency and loot pension funds. He didn't start a pointless war that made this country poorer and more disorganized. He didn't open the southern border. No, Alex Jones had opinions that deeply rattled the people who run America.
He's playing away.
Yeah, this is something, so I've been working on an essay recently on anti-Semitism and in the modern sphere. And a lot of it have to do with Nick Fuentes as a kind of focal point of how modern anti-Semitism and Holocaust denial is spread. And when you watch Nick Fuentes, which I have unfortunately watched a lot of, and I don't like him at all. I think he's the worst. But when you watch him on his own show, and it reminds me a lot of Alex Jones, because when you watch him on his own show versus on a podcast, like if he gets invited onto a podcast, like he went on Fresh and Fit, or he was on podcast with Kanye and all that stuff, he tries his best to come across as this, I was just persecuted for asking questions, and you gotta ask questions about the people in power, and I love America, and I don't hate other people, and I treat everybody with respect. And it's a lie. Like, it's just blatantly provable as a lie, not because of how, like, Matt Walsh has done things where it'll be kind of coded as more like white supremacist, or he'll, we've talked about how Matt Walsh's anti-indigenous and anti-nativist sentiments are just like really gross and incredibly white supremacist. No. You can go and find explicit neo-Nazism from Nick Fuentes. But much like Alex Jones, when called out on it in public, he likes to hide behind this bullshit of, oh, I'm just asking questions, and the people at the top don't like it when you ask questions. And doesn't it make you think how much they don't like it when I ask questions? And it's like, okay, well, what are the questions you're asking? Because you don't really ever like to talk about that much.
When he questioned the official story behind 9/11, and I, speaking for myself, was deeply offended by this. I didn't take any time to find out what he was saying, but I was bothered by the idea that this defining event in American history, which changed the life of everyone who lived here then, might not actually have unfolded as we were told it did. And that possibility was too destabilizing. And I remember feeling resentment toward Alex Jones for saying that. But several years later, I wound up in Austin, Texas, and through a chain of circumstances, wound up meeting Alex Jones. And I learned what everyone who has met him now knows, which is Alex Jones is not a crazy person. Alex Jones has said pretty far out things on TV from time to time. Not that far out. He hasn't said men can become women or Ukraine is a democracy.
Again, I cannot recommend enough. If you don't know anything about Alex Jones, I really do recommend watching the podcast or listening to the podcast Knowledge Fight. It's free. And they do deep dives into both new and old episodes of Alex Jones' podcast. They fact check him on a number of things. They really get to the bottom of why he's so wrong about things. But also, it serves as a good chart of some of the truly crazy things Alex has said in the past. Because he has talked about being at literal war with angels and demons, and hearing the voice of God, and leading crusades in the post-apocalypse. He's not, if he is being serious about that stuff, he's not well. But also the fact that he knows and is aware that his audience isn't always the most stable, and he still talks like that, also infers to me he's not well, just in a different, more manipulative way. Alex Jones has said truly crazy, wild shit. So this is just a straight up lie from Tucker to cover for his friend.
But within the bounds of, say, cable news, pretty far out. But fundamentally, Alex Jones is right about a lot of things. And in fact, that's why they don't like him.
Hashbreather, Google Nick Fuentes cat
really
voice.
An amazing ability to predict events before they happen. He has called it.
He absolutely does not. He absolutely does not. He likes to say he does. This is another thing Nick Fuentes does, is Alex Jones is a master of gish galloping, where he will just list off these quote-unquote facts. If he ever gets in a debate or an argument, he'll be like, okay, well, what about the CIA dossier that admitted that they were behind 9/11? What about the Steele report, which admitted that Trump was being framed by the Democrats? And all this shit. And then you never have, he'll list it off so quick that you never actually have a chance to go fact check it. So he just kind of wins by default. Nick Fuentes does the exact same thing. And it's just no. Just because in your own little echo chamber you proved yourself right to yourself, it doesn't actually make you factually correct. Your girl Baff, he'll just make shit up. He'll just make documents up. We got the documents right here. We'll read it at the top of the hour. It's ridiculous. His whole shtick is so ridiculous.
And he's done it on tape again and again, to the point where it's a meme on the internet. Alex Jones, prophet. Not conspiracy nut, prophet.
Now the BJ is getting real sloppy, isn't it?
Yeah, this is
getting real sloppy. And this is the theme that runs through the whole thing. Let's talk about all the areas where you're right, Alex. Let's do that.
The whole thing was fake. I mean, even I couldn't believe it. I knew they jumped on it, used the crisis, hyped it up, but then I did deep research, and my gosh, it just pretty much didn't happen.
I mean, I've interviewed the cops and the people that saw the feds plant the bombs in Oklahoma City. You saw them stage Fast and Furious. Folks, they staged Aurora. They staged Sandy Hook. The evidence is just overwhelming.
See, that's one of the things that he got sued for, is he kept saying that these things were staged by feds. these very real tragedies where people died. And he used that to cash in. Like this was not him, as much as he likes to say that, oh, I'm just connecting the dots and I'm just putting the pieces together and showing the globalist and the New World Order plan. As much as he likes to shill that bullshit, what he is really doing is cashing in so that his viewers will come back, they'll pay for subscriptions. Because if you ever watch Alex Jones's show, he will always try to plug his shit. Like, he'll always be like, the New World Order is coming for you and your family, which is why you need to buy my tub of goo that you can eat off of. It's good goo. I've had it myself. It's delicious goo, and you can eat off of it. You and your family can eat off of it up to 6 months after the expiration date. So when the New World Order comes for you, you have your Alex Jones certified tub of goo that you can eat from. It's like, it's ridiculous. It's so stupid. I hate, Yeah, don't take the vaccine, buy my supplements. Derek the Inept on Twitch. Exactly. I'm sorry
they take them.
I'm sorry for subjecting everybody to my Alex Jones impression.
Put them in our face. Tell us their names, who they were. I heard an ad this morning on the radio. Bloomberg paid for it locally. Going, I dropped Billy off and watched him go around the corner. And he never came back, all because of the guns. Won't you just turn your guns in for my son? Why'd you do it to him, gun owners? Well, listen, I didn't kill your kids. The truth is they've had national polls where upwards of half of Americans don't believe Sandy Hook because they don't believe a word the mainstream media says. We've sent reporters up there, man, and that place is like Children of the Corn or something. I mean, it is frickin' weird. And then the weird videos of reported parents of kids laughing, and all of a sudden they do the hyperventilating to cry to go on TV. All I know is something's going on. And you don't like us looking at it. You don't like us questioning you. The father.
Yeah, weird. You don't like when you call parents who have to hold their dead child because of this country's shitty, lax gun laws. And you have this pudgy asshole coming along saying, oh, you're just a crisis actor and who's paying you? Are you paid off by the mainstream media? That got into a little Randy Savage there. I'm sorry. Like, that's just it. Like, gee, Alex, I fucking wonder why. So anyway, Tucker has been reduced to sucking up to assholes like Alex Jones, and as we'll see here, Alex Jones is somehow not the worst. Somehow not the worst. Randy Jones. Oh yeah, brother. Turn the frickin' frogs gay. No.
And it does seem like the presidential race is effectively frozen in place, if not over. We know who the candidates are. It's too late for another to get in. Some have already dropped out. But is it too late?
All right, whatever. Give me
people, Tucker. It's not something that I really think about or want to do. And Merry Christmas to you, too. But I've always believed that nothing should be off the table in life or in art. I think we could both agree that we need to get some adults back.
Mind you, thank you, Tea with Goblins. Thank you very much for gifting a tier 1 sub to the Cinemacy Nick. Cinema Cynic. God, Cinemacy Nick, sorry. Thank you very much, Tea with Goblins, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Cinema Cynic. This Derek the Inept, he might do. Somebody brought up a great point of like, if Epstein was still alive, Tucker would interview him. Because like we've seen, like with Alex, this is another stunt because Tucker is so desperate for clout and so desperate for views because he doesn't, as himself, he has never had the institutional like charisma of a Bill O'Reilly or a Rush Limbaugh or even a Glenn Beck, who's kind of fallen by the wayside, but still manages to have his own following and do his own thing. He certainly doesn't have the clout like I can hardly call them personalities, but the people at the Daily Wire do kind of have their own individualized fan bases. He is a Fox News talking head and always has been. The only reason Tucker was popular and made it to the mainstream was because they needed somebody after Bill O'Reilly got ousted. And now I believe that's Gutfeld after Tucker's been ousted, which is like just a nightmare. Syntastic, thank you for subscribing. Which leads to dumbass stunts like this one. Now, I cannot stress this enough. This is Kevin Spacey. Oh, you're right. Hiveside, Jesse Waters has replaced Tucker. You're right. Kevin Spacey is in character as his House of Cards character for this interview. So...
back in the room. So if that means taking on the chief executive role, well, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make for this great nation.
Adults in the room. I love it. I could see it as a bumper sticker. Is that your campaign slogan?
Well, that's not a bad idea. Look, I think first our country needs to stop apologizing and stiffen up. I mean, look, we got so many people running around with so many different issues like gun control, important issue. But let's be honest. The truth is, more people are killed by online trolls every day.
That may be true, actually, but then they're protected by the First Amendment. They can say whatever they want. You believe in the First Amendment, I assume.
Of course I do. Look, people spewing ridiculous ideas is nothing new, and they should always have that right. But the problem is, somewhere along the way, we started listening. And we should remember the salient words of Benjamin Franklin, who said, "Do not believe anything of what you hear and only half of what you see." And he wasn't telling people to stop talking. He was telling us to stop listening. So let's stop blaming bots and college kids and start telling leaders what leadership really means.
I love it.
Like this feels like, you know, in like a Marvel movie or something where they have a cutaway from like Keith Olbermann or something and interviewing Tony Stark really quick or something. Like, this feels so surreal because it seems like something that would be faked. Like they would get Bill O'Reilly or they'd get Tucker for a quick cutaway clip in the Netflix show House of Cards, were it not well known and documented that Kevin Spacey was a sex pest who had to be ousted from that show. Like, so it is this bizarre like piece of viral marketing that is completely misplaced from a timeline where the show continued. Like, it's sad on so many levels, because it's sad for Tucker that he has to stoop this low to reach for clout, to like try and cause some kind of controversy. It's sad for Kevin Spacey that he's still clinging to this character. Like, this was like the biggest thing he had done. And it's sad that it's happening in 2023. It's just like bizarre. Oh.
But how do you do that?
Well, this country is mired in so much contradiction and confusion. We don't even know how we can help anyone anymore because we can't agree who needs help. I mean, what doesn't come with a trigger warning these days? I mean, Tucker, we are far too close to having a beanbag chair in the Oval Office. We coddle to everybody. Okay, you think you're a rabbit, that's fine. But let me tell you something. You sure as hell aren't going to see someone walking through my White House in bunny ears and a tail unless it's Easter.
Well, amen. But how do you think...
What the hell does that mean? Is that a reference to something? Yeah, no, Brody Smiles, the exact same. Kevin Spacey of Call of Duty fame, Call of Duty Advanced Warfare fame. It actually sucks that, like, I've been thinking back on all the Call of Duty campaigns that are good, and, man, Advanced Warfare next to Infinite Warfare was one of the last, like, true bangers of a campaign, and it sucks that Kevin Spacey is, like, Kevin Spacey and Troy Baker are, like, the face of that game. That's just kind of a bummer. No, yeah, I mean, Coda Anthony, I know he is playing a part, but it's like, it's sad that he is still doing that and that Tucker is indulging it and that they are, like, it's an obvious joke in a bit, but they aren't actually joking about how they feel about, like, cancel culture and shit. It's so bizarre. It's just weird. Yeah, no, Crovey, I've kind of been ride or die for Infinite Warfare since day one. Like, I gave it a try. I was like, this looks cool. I love Infinity Ward. Ghosts wasn't great, but, you know. And it was the last... like I've talked about, I really love Black Ops Cold War. But Infinite Warfare's campaign, banger. Yeah, so that is the state of... So far, we've covered the state of Dylan Mulvaney. the state of Target boycotts, the absolute state of Tucker Carlson. What could possibly be next, chat? Do you have any guesses in the chat? Oh yeah, no, Derek. I've seen Kevin's last videos. They're just terrible. Ooh, we gotta do. Oh, Johnny Viral. I'm getting to that. But we do gotta do. Your girl Bath. I will look up that. Let's look up the. Okay, yeah. Let's look up the Target rap first. Cause that's gonna be some gold level cringe. Are we ready for the real cringe, chat? Are you ready? We're talking white conservative rap.
There's a cleanup on every aisle. Target is targeting your kids. They put a target on my back, but they're targeting your kids. They don't even need to ask, cause you all know what it is. Yeah, that's why I keep a strap.
Nothing says cool like free-flowing in a baby toy section at Target. Nothing says gangster. Like think of all the greats. Nas, Biggie, Pac, the Sugar Hill Gang. Sorry. That's a deep cut. Even as I said that. Sugar. I'm sorry. Absitron, thank you very much. Gifting a tier 1 sub to Brooke Angel. And thank you, Roby1 Kenobi, for following. It's like, this is just so, again, it's so unserious. It's so unserious. So unserious. No, yeah, like, Zetterbergy 40, Sugar Hill Gang was my first LP, not gonna lie. No, I mean, like, yeah, hey, I'm not saying Sugar Hill Gang doesn't have some bangers. Like, I'm not saying that. Tea with Goblins used 100 biddies. He and I have different ideas of what it means to carry a strap. Oh my gosh, you mean like a sex thing? Oh, okay. I don't like that.
Yeah, they target and target, yeah, they target kids. Target, yeah, they target and target, yeah, they target. You know that target's that wrong. Trying to play with the kids. It's the mayor of Magaville. I'm preaching again. You know that.
Target our kids. It's the mayor of Magaville. I'm preaching again. QAnon rap that has a Spice Girl in it. Oh, is that the one with the general? The one with Flynn? If you know who that is, I'll watch it on here real quick. I've been meaning to do a conservative rap episode because there are so many. No, he is like, why are we? I have so many questions about so many cutaways in this. Why are we looking at tampons? Are they while the lyric is crying out, "It's the mayor of Magaville. I'm preaching again." About tampons? Does the mayor of Magaville need tampons?
LGBTQ done went too far. You know they cutting these kids, they leaving trannies with scars.
Okay, so first off, no, I need that back. Sorry for the. I love this look of consternation as he's holding. If you guys can't see, this is just because I know the brands because I collect some dolls. I have Monster High collection. This is a book about Rainbow High, which is a collection of dolls that I cannot stress enough has nothing to do with being gay. The whole like gimmick of the dolls, the Rainbow High dolls, is that every doll has a different color scheme for their fashion sense. So if you collect them all, you have a rainbow. Like that's the kind of ad gimmick. So this is just like amazing. Just like, again, not having any clue what the fuck they're talking about. Like at all. Like you can just Google it. You can just look up, be like, oh, this Rainbow High doll, is this a thing? It's like, no, it's not. Okay. But that's true. That's true, Johnny Viral. The rainbow is gay no matter what. So true. I can't believe the gays took the rainbow away from Jesus.
No, they cutting these kids, they leaving trannies with scars. Why they pushing agenda, promoting sexual...
Again, nothing says normal like a grown man spending time in a section of baby clothes. Just the most normal brains in the world at work here.
Pushing agenda, promoting sexual genders. I'm only rocking with Bruce, don't rock with no Caitlyn Jenner. You think that gay gon' get you paid? Yeah, we gon' see. It's Mar-a-Lago 2020 for we trumpet, baby. They put a target on my back. Targeting your kids, they don't even need to ask, cause you all know what it is. Yeah, that's why I keep it strapped, and I'm always about
that tastes so bad. They aren't showing any of the, like, where are the actual displays? Like, they aren't showing the actual merch displays at all. They're just showing, like, some rainbow stuff, but mostly just showing regular shit you can buy at Target. Like, what is... Maddie the Immortal, thank you very much for following on Twitch. I don't even... This is bizarre. This feels like a dream. Also, I hated that mumble section was terrible. That was awful.
Target, yeah, they target and target, yeah, they target kids.
What was he holding there? Was that like a Paw Patrol thing? I don't know. This man's turning invisible really quick, so I gotta...
Target.
That is. Like, I think I recognize that logo. This is Paw Patrol. Like, what? Did they just go and pick out random shit? Yeah, no, Marquise Desaad, I think they had to have filmed it in a real... I mean, they obviously filmed it in a real Target. But I think, like, they had just taken the I think they had taken the Pride display down, probably. So they just had to go and find random things to get mad at, like a Paw Patrol toy. It's like, you believe this Paw Patrol shit? Look at wine bottle. It's just a pink Paw Patrol toy. It's just a pink. All right, I'm gonna do some sleuthing. Yep, there it is, right there. Look at that. Damn, I'm good. I'm so good at looking up toys. You guys don't even know. I'm pretty sure that's the same one. Yep. It has the purple beam on the side. Look at that. Found it, chat. This is Big Pup's Sky transforming figure and vehicle with a girl dog for this toy. What is this aimed at? Ages 3 to 8 years. So for babies, for tiny little babbies. And they're just like, can't believe they make... No, it's the pink that's woke. Doesn't matter, it's a girl dog. It's like, God, I can't believe they're targeting children with... I don't even know.
If you ain't mad yet, well, then you better be pissed. Let's protest until they close.
Okay, when you set up a verse by saying, and they do it like this, and then you don't explain how they do it, that's a missed opportunity. You're just leaving it.
And they ain't gonna be missed. Why they got pride shirts in the kids' clothing section? Why they trying to mess with the kids and give misconceptions? They manipulate the minds and make the evil impressions. Got the boys tucking out by time they kings got depression. We need to clean up.
Oh, this guy's bringing a little bit of soul. Okay, I see what you're doing. Steven has tipped $1. Republican rap is the rap equivalent of punk punk. You're so right. Thank you. I'm sorry. I need to fix that notification. I know it's way too loud. NB Cowboys tipped $20. Thanks for inspiring me to start E and also see Godzilla -1. Equally important in my life. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, and I'm glad that you are enjoying both of those things, and I hope they both go well for you. Let's see what I want to see what this. Even the video doesn't want to continue. I want to see what kind of soul this guy really brings to it, because he's coming in with a verse. I can feel it.
From every island southeast or Satan resides. Wash it with the blood.
I'm sorry. The somber, like just the forlorn, somber, serious dog petting, like petting the target dog, is so fucking goofy. As he's doing this, Vicky Vileblood, thank you for subscribing. This is so funny.
Resides. Wash it with the blood of Christ. It's needed. So don't think twice. Dating with a Satanist. We all know this is the end. God is coming for revenge. Target is targeting our kids.
God is coming for revenge. The blood of Christ. Target is targeting our kids. God damn. That is... Why are you buying tampons? What is going on? This is... Oh, that's fucking rough. That's rough. All right, what was the other one we wanted to do? There was the Target boycott, and there was QAnon rap. Oh, great. I know this guy. Are we even, because Q I know is persona non grata on YouTube right now. Forgiato blow. Was it Let's Go Brandon? God damn, this is Trump saved the USA. Police state survivor. Oh, I feel like we've gone down a whole rabbit hole here. This is... Whoo. Oh. It's called Freedom by Jimmy Levy. Okay, let's see what we got here. That's a little... United by a common thread, they poured their souls into recording the timeless and evocative hymn of freedom. Okay. On your own channel, saying that you are unironically poised to make a difference and fueled by the Holy Spirit, that seems a little dick sucky to me. Just a little bit dick sucky. By about 50%, I feel. Derek the Inept, thank you for the 300 bits. You do this to your poor algorithm for us. My algorithm. Oh no, what's going on? Okay. My algorithm is borked. My algorithm is busted. Like, don't even worry about it. Thank you though, Derek. I do appreciate all the biddies. All right, everybody. This one's twice as long as the last one. Then we'll get back to the conservative controversies from the year.
You can take all our money.
They got. Yep, this is the one. This is the one I know. And they got Mr. Soul right here, Mr. Soul Flynn. I believe that's Michael Flynn. All in the same uniform. This is a bad touch. This is the bad place. We're heading into it. Thank you all for being here for this as we. Joe Dax, my algorithm is perfect right now. It's mostly Muscle Mommy Carlette cosplayers. I am so over 100,000 views recently. Looking at Mr. Heel versus Babyface, who we have immortalized Mr. Babyface. I believe most of my chat, if you have a Twitch subscription, you guys have there you go, Smutty Baba Yaga with the with our emotes. I wasn't able to find the word there. And we also have a sticker that you can post on the stream stickers if you're over on Twitch. So we have given our due back to this icon, this legend, who's not an icon necessarily for the reasons that I think the right wing might believe, because there's been this recent effort I've noticed on Twitter to be like, he was right. People made fun of him, but he was absolutely right. And it's like, no, not really. Because driven by the fact that Starfield kind of petered out, and after it released and everybody was like, it's fine. Like, nobody kept playing it like other Bethesda games. And I'm the exact same way. I loved Fallout 4. I liked Skyrim. I love like Oblivion and Fallout 3 and New Vegas. I played I was into Starfield for a little bit, but it just, something didn't grab me about it. I don't know what it was. It just, and apparently that's like a universal thing. I partially blame Baldur's Gate 3. Like, honestly, when you compare the two, I would rather play Baldur's Gate 3 like a second time and continue exploring that densely, finely crafted world than Starfield's sporadic approach of just like trying to really pad out the length with just stuff to do, which I'm just like, I've played a lot of games like that, I think is the thing. However, and Nina Hagabunde Budni has followed. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. That didn't stop this guy who was mad about, of course, pronouns. Which, by the way, before we dig too deep into this, pronouns are also in the character selection in Baldur's Gate 3. Nobody complained because that game's just better. Like, that's just the truth. Sorry.
Hey, do you know what I love? Hey, Bethesda.
So we have to, let's relive this.
Hey, Bethesda.
Together.
I just want to say something to you. Bethesda, I just want to say something to you, Bethesda. Just want to say a little something. There is nothing I love more. Taking my headphones off. Fuck that. Bethesda, there is nothing I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG, lose myself, think, oh my god, just think of this world, just think of all the planets I can visit, all the immersive things that I can get involved with, all the fights, all the relationships, all the people I meet, all the places I go. I'm so excited to go there. And you know, I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking
Oh, come on.
conceivable
Why is
opportunity.
my... I don't know why. I'm sorry. My computer's running slow as shit right now, and I have no idea why. Firefox is, like, taking up a ton of memory right now.
So you can fucking current day us. Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit! Because that's all we fucking know! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring! We can't see past our own fucking reflection! That's the level of our narcissism.
I love... You can... This rant is perfect because you can freeze it on literally any frame. He looks terrible. Like, I'm sorry. He just does. But this is like... I love when they get so mad. This is something that Short Fat Otaku did too in that video about me. When they get so mad, they don't have a script that they're reading from, but they have a bunch of buzzwords that they string together. And they try to, like, sound slightly profound and, like, analytical about the state or, like, the philosophy of their philosophy of the world or how it applies to, you know, socioeconomic status or whatever the fuck. And so, which is what you get here. And the words just end up becoming nonsense. Where you're just like, we can't even see past our own reflections because this is so full of our own narcissism. And it just sounds like word salad. It's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Jackie Sins has super chatted $2. I'm not a huge gamer, but like playing. That's totally okay. You don't have to be a huge gamer. Maxie the Cat, just like the Spider-Verse movies, any frame is art.
Here at Bethesda Western Game Company. Fuck your immersion. Fuck you having a good time. Fuck you falling into a world and just getting lost. No, no, no. Current fucking day.
Now, a lot of people were mad about this, or when this first went off, and you guys can go watch the stream highlights on the channel on YouTube, because people didn't realize that he was getting mad at something that wasn't even there. He was getting mad at a character. The entire thing that spurred this meltdown wasn't the pronoun selection. Pronouns became like the meme, but it wasn't the pronoun selection. Before this was part of a bigger stream he did, like a multi-hour like Starfield launch stream, which we watched. Go back and watch that video. That is on the channel back in August or whenever it came out. We watched his whole reaction up until this point. The thing that set him off was a character admitting to being a failed clone of another character who was male, but the cloned character was female. Which it was not a trans person because there was nothing to suggest that that person like had transitioned at all. They were just a failed clone, which is something that, and we discussed it in the video, something that there's a lot of precedent for just in sci-fi in general. But that was the thing that kicked this rant off. Not pronouns, the idea, the wrong idea, that somebody might have been trans. Which just like having that context makes this so much more delicious because it's so much more stupid. Anonymous, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Procter Gambles. So yeah, let's finish this one up. I gotta relive these happy memories.
Fuck off! You're boring! You're fucking dull! You have nothing to say! You are a one-hived mind twat waffle! That's all you fucking are! And you wonder why people are getting so fucking sick and tired! You take everything we love, all our emotions, all our fantasies, all our escapism.
Hold that thought, Giant Baby Man, for a moment. when he puts it like that, you take everything we love. When everything you love can be defined as immersions, fantasies, and escapism, to me, and I say this as somebody who, I have a whole channel that's dedicated to video games. I play video games nearly every day. I've played probably too many video games in my life, if I'm being honest, if I'm being real. But to me, saying everything we love and equating that with fantasy, escapism, and immersion is sad as shit. Find new things to love. Because let me tell you something, those won't love you back. They won't. And there's no way that these people observe games as an art form, that they are, when they're spending time in the world of a game, they are appreciating the work that went into bringing it to life, how all the pieces mix with one another, the effort that went into the writing. No, they're not. They see it as content. They see it as escapism, to escape from the other parts of their lives, which is like just always been so sad for me. So sad. Ugh. Red Alduith has super chatted. Did you see Jesse Gender's Starfield video? I did. I need to finish actually watching it, but I did. I watched about half of it, and I enjoyed a lot of the points that she brought up. And I think it sums up a lot of the problems I have with just like kind of Bethesda games in general, and how like just bland they are, like how safely they play within the worlds that they create.
And you just can't help shovel your dog shit, fucking crap ideology into everything, every single solitary fucking thing.
Oh, still not over. Okay. Again, I cannot stress it enough. This was caused by something he misunderstood. Not the pronouns. Something he misunderstood. Something he was an idiot about in the game. That's what tripped this off. Magnifique. I love it. It's so, you deserve it. You deserve it. Patrick W. doing a super chat, $G. I'm glad wokeness prevents them from liking things. Me too. Like, honestly, if this is how you react to things that you're supposed to like, I don't think you deserve to like things. Speaking of not liking things, this has been a big year for a couple big conservative commentators. We've listed a couple of them. We've talked about Tucky Tum Tums, Mr. Carlson, who now has to grift his way through Elon's Twitter. But I'd like to talk about another. We know him, we love him. We looked at him for our conservative comedy stream. One, Mr. Steven Crowder, the egg who desperately needs therapy. And I honestly think that there's somebody better than even me to talk about Steven Crowder, and that is Candace Owens. Because again, we're going through this year and all the events that have happened, and I completely forgot that all of this happened this year. Like, completely forgot. So we're going to watch. The great thing about Steven Crowder's kind of fall from grace is that, if you remember, last year he tried to kind of extort Daily Wire, like play hardball with them for a bigger contract, because he really sees himself as like a considerable talent and a star when he's not. And they didn't like that, so it was kind of became a public beef between the two of them, which escalated naturally when Steven was revealed to be an abusive pile of garbage to his now ex-wife. I believe they're separated or getting separated. When he was basically gaslighting, was caught on ring cam gaslighting his pregnant wife. And we'll see. Let's see. I love this so much though, because Steven Crowder has been one of the most hubristic people in the right-wing space for a very long time. And this it didn't like wipe him out completely, but he is on the outskirts for sure right now. And we saw with like the Nashville shooter manifesto, he's been really desperately trying to get back in the good graces of the mainstream right wing because of a lot of stuff around this. Because when you see somebody who is literally abusive like this, and then they've already alienated themselves from their most valuable allies, which are other personalities like people at the Daily Wire, he really has no choice but to continue doing as he's been doing and try and act like nothing's going wrong, despite the fact that I'm pretty sure like his world is coming down around him, which is kind of deserved, honestly. Steven Crowder is a terrible person, like, and has been for a while. If reports of like his workplace sexual harassment and behavior have been any indication, if his previous co-hosts on his stupid Louder with Crowder show who have called him just like a vain tyrant, like Dave Landau, who's not a good comedian or a great person to begin with, but like also hates Steven Crowder. He deserves this. And so I think it's another thing that we should all kind of breathe in and relish is Steven Crowder getting his comeuppance and being eaten by his own.
So a bit of breaking news that just happened, and before we get to it, I just want to back up and tell you why we are discussing this breaking news, because it's occurred to me that there are some people out there who believe that to be a conservative, what it means is that we become tribal and we defend other conservatives even when they do things that are wrong, that we don't discuss things that are horrible on our own side because we need to just make sure that we score wins in other ways, and that is wrong. That to me is the exact opposite of why I have this platform. I am not tribal. I want to expose things when they are bad on the left, and I will also expose things when they are bad on the right. Obviously, I have been interested in the Steven Crowder saga pertaining to his divorce because he literally inserted me into his divorce a couple of days ago. And his wife and family are now speaking out regarding that video in which he told people publicly that his wife was leaving him. You remember this. He chose wrong.
Yeah, Steven also appears to be, which literally nothing about this surprises me because Steven has always come across, from his stupid tight t-shirts to his finely coiffed hair to his image of drinking lonely cigars alone in hot tubs and sipping scotch, he has always seemed to embody the modern state of conservative fear of emasculation. Of fear of not presenting masculine enough, which is very curious when you combine his history of, like, he just can't stop cross-dressing for bits and jokes and gags. Could transitioning have saved her? We may never know.
Wrong. And he essentially made it sound as if he did not want his marriage to end, but his wife simply wanted to leave. Well, she has responded by giving video, and I want to prep you. I want you to know this is horrific video. It is very difficult to watch. It's especially difficult to watch.
And I do want to say that in watching this, in praising Steven Crowder's downfall, I am obviously not happy about the way he treated his wife. And I do think that his shitty behavior is finally being treated with seriousness now that people are seeing it out in the open and you can't really deny it. So I do want to say that the way he treats his wife here is, while not physically abusive, is still reprehensible and terrible. And yeah, like he deserves all the bad things that happen to him.
Because in this footage, she is 8 months pregnant. And the video essentially reveals just how emotionally abusive he has been. And she is alleging that he has been emotionally abusive to her. And this video all but confirms it. So let's first get to the footage. I'm just going to allow you to watch it in its entirety.
Yeah, Dr. Robotnik, Steven is treating his wife the same way he tells his audience to treat women all the time. If you're shocked by the video, you haven't been paying attention. Yeah, like none of this should be surprising, honestly. Like, none of it should be. Also, again, like, Candace Owens has her own, like, logo like Matt Walsh does, but it's also a shitty minimalist one. God, their logo designs are so bad.
I drew a boundary. I drew a boundary. No, you just did it. I drew a boundary of abusive and cruel. You were not taking the car. Because if you refuse to do wifely things...
Now, again, His wife is pregnant. And here he is. She's asking him to go get groceries. Here he is sitting out on his nice big patio with all this nice furniture and smoking a ciggy and sitting by his pool and cannot be fucked to get off his ass and help.
Then I will go pick up the groceries. There's no groceries. I do have steaks, wood pellets, my grill. I know it's an unreasonable request, but I'll go do it. How about you first? Hillary, how do you respect the men? Yes.
Like asking how she respects the men when his, again, pregnant wife, the person carrying your child, is asking for respect. God, you insolent little child. Oh.
Other than man, you see love respect. No. Other than man, no, you're not taking the car.
Stephen,
You're not taking the car.
Stephen,
you are not.
Then I
taking
will ask someone to pick me up. Would you like me to ask?
Oh, that's right.
It's not about Stephen.
Give it an Uber.
Okay, Stephen, I can't.
Feeling some constraints?
Stephen.
Like, I can't
Stephen.
go. Listen to me. You want to walk out right now? Listen to me. I can't go to the gym. I can't go to my parents.
Oh, poor baby. I can't go to the gym. I can't go to my parents. Like, what a...
I can't call my friends.
I haven't seen this one in a while, so I forgot how just... angering it is.
I can't be home. You're going to take the car and leave me here. Hillary, just think of how boxed in you've made me.
What do you need?
Again, she needs to take the car to go get groceries, his pregnant wife. And he is complaining that if he wants to go somewhere during those hours, that he just won't be able to. Like, the smallest violin in the world, dude.
Pick up. I'll get it. I'll be back when I'm back.
No, that doesn't work either. You'll be back when you're back. That doesn't work either. Do you understand the difference between mine and my...
Mighty Mulatto is super chatted $2. Who speaks to their wife like a child? Dudes who getting divorced. Dudes who are getting divorced. Also, Darwin C, thank you very much for following on Twitter. Twitch, sorry.
Second and you go, I'll be back when I'm back.
Stephen?
The only way out of this is discipline.
The only way out of this is discipline and respect. Why don't you have some discipline and get off your ass? Sorry, I'm turning into like... I'm getting in like Judge Judy mode.
It's the only way out of it, or we're at an impact.
We are at an impasse.
Good. Because you can't have any discipline or respect. Yeah. There you go. You throw your hand, you give up so easily.
I don't give up.
What a terrible person. Ren, I'll do it. That's super chat $2. What do you think the worst Daily Wire film is? Lady Ballers, not a question. Yeah, no question. The other films are, well, What is a Woman is pretty terrible. Probably What is a Woman. I feel like that's definitely caused more like damage because of it literally presenting these things as true despite being based, like even the interviews in it are based on lies. I would say What is a Woman, Lady Ballers second. Terror on the Prairie is just like a not a good movie. Like it's just a whatever, like kind of whatever Western film. And then Run, Hide, Fight is not actually made by the Daily Wire. They bought the rights to that after it had already been made and nobody else wanted to not publish it. That's the video game word. Nobody else wanted to publish it, whatever. So Run, Hide, Fight is common misconception, but while that has been like a Daily Wire exclusive, that wasn't actually like a Ben Shapiro original. So I don't really count that one, but it's I would say those two are going to be neck and neck, Lady Ballers and What is a Woman.
You give up so easily. I just said the only way out of this is discipline and respect. You said, then we're at an impasse.
Okay, so Joe Dax, no one is going to watch Lady Ballers except for shits and giggles. You're right on both sides of the issue. However, the amount of comments I got on my Lady Ballers review, both the first and the re-upload, saying it's so sad that this is like real life. Like there are people who really think that is how the world works. So it's terrible. It's terrible. Yeah, Yenzo, that's Run, Hide, Fight. Not made by Ben Shapiro. I do not believe. I believe it was written, directed, shot by somebody else, and then just bought by the Daily Wire. Yeah, no, and that's why it's called Run, Hide, Fight, which is basically Die Hard in a school.
At an past, okay? I love you, but Steven, your abuse is sick. Your abuse
Watch it.
is sick.
The tone with which he says "watch it" puts like a pit in my stomach.
Watch it. Watch it.
I'm gonna let go. I'll get what you need me to get. And I need some space.
God.
We need to just stop engaging for a little bit, okay? I love you. I love you very much.
I don't love you. That's the big problem. I've never received love from you, and the fact is, when I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D, you just be disciplined about it, you go, no, but I love you more.
Did he just say, "I don't love you"?
Very much.
I don't love you. That's
What the fuck? Like, he literally... He says, "I don't love you. I've never received love from you." And what he's defining as love is her, like, unquestioning obedience. What a... Oh, yeah, no. Tea with Goblins, I get the impression that he has absolutely spoken to her in worse ways than this. I don't think that... Like, it doesn't seem... Like, I have no way of knowing. It doesn't seem like they have a physically abusive relationship. But I could see him actually, like throwing stuff, threatening to get violent, having, like, loud tantrums and stuff. Because when you hear her talk, you can hear her voice, like, start to quiver. And it's heartbreaking.
never received love from you, and the fact is, when I go, look, I need you to do A, B, C, and D, you just be disciplined about it, you go, no, but I love you more than life itself. Okay, put on some gloves.
And here's the other thing. Apparently the dog needed some kind of medication. As a pregnant lady, she was not supposed to interact with it. And Steven couldn't be fucked to do it.
No, but I love you more than life itself. That's not
Oh,
fair.
yeah. I forgot about that, Alajos. I completely forgot about that.
It's not fair, and it's disingenuous. Hillary,
Disingenuous.
you're right, right in that. Become someone, as you did, day in and day out, worthy of a wife, no, not as a...
This is, so he's saying that she needs to become wife worthy. And I need to express that this is the way so many conservatives feel about women and how they view women. And it's terrifying. Like, this is the kind of shit that the kids who grew up thinking like Andrew Tate and Aiden Ross are like smart are gonna go into relationships believing. And it's going to cause a lot of fucking problems. To people who don't deserve, like, nobody deserves to be treated like this.
Life. I didn't say the wife. Hillary, come on now.
I'm not going to engage. I'm not going to engage anymore. I'm going to go. I'll get text me what you need. I'll get you what you need. I love you. I'm committed to you.
Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to do those things?
I'm not going to...
Are you committed enough to do those things? You're not committed to anything. You're not committed to anything. You just said I love you. I'm committed to it. Walk the dogs. Put on some gloves. Walk the dogs. Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to do those things?
Again, he wants her to walk the dogs while he's sitting here in his lazy day outfit, smoking a ciggy on the back porch, and his wife is visibly pregnant. I don't know how far along she was, but, like, certainly far enough along that she should be off her feet, like, relaxing while she's carrying your child, dick.
Are you committed enough to do those things? Are you committed enough to do those things?
I'm going to just...
Walk the dogs. Put on some gloves. Are you committed enough to get the medication the dogs take? Don't you take that in?
So that is both heartbreaking and infuriating for me to watch. I cannot even comprehend how any man can speak to a woman like that, least of all when she...
Yeah, Penguin Laurent, she was 8 months with twins. Like, I saw this when it came out, and it still makes me so... Like, I just want to punch him. Like, it's just like, it's, you know, like if you ever see somebody in public doing the same thing and you just immediately step in. I do. I don't get in fights, but a lot of my partners, if somebody is doing something around me in public, they have to hold me back from a fight. Because I'm not like physically unintimidating. I'm like 5'11". I'm like athletic. I'm not ultra thin or ultra short or anything. But I have to remember that there's still people out there bigger than me and who are more experienced with fighting. But it's just, this gives me that same gut reaction as seeing somebody, like, as seeing a man and a woman having a fight in the street or whatever, and he starts, like, grabbing her hair or something, which is something I've seen happen. Or, you know, seeing somebody start wrenching their child around by the arm because they're just getting impatient with them. Or somebody, like, you know, same thing with, like, a dog or a pet. It causes that instant reaction of, like, oh, you need to get your comeuppance. But also, I don't know why people are surprised by this, because this is exactly the way conservatives and people in the Crowder space, people in the manosphere, how they say to treat women. This is how they say, oh, women, this is the way they want to be treated. This is the natural state of things. And it's like, yeah, it's incredibly shitty. And nobody should be subjected to this.
She is 8 months pregnant, and sadly, that isn't the worst part of that correspondence. The journalist that dropped this video is Yashar Ali. He dropped this as well as a Substack entry accompanying it. On the Substack article, he wrote, moments...
No, Alajos, it's like when Lauren Southern was like, we white women don't get enough respect in conservative circles. Yeah, she said that. Lauren Southern's a great example of a grifter who, like it's the Panthers eating faces party. It's like, oh, I didn't think the Panthers would eat my faces. Like, what? When you are in these spaces where men are talking about how they want somebody who's subservient, how they want a bang maid, you know? They want that every hour of the day. And that's all they just want somebody that will take care of them, clean up after them, do everything that they want them to do, suck their dick while they play video games, and raise like 10 kids while the dad goes off and does hard manual labor. Or whatever they, you know, picture themselves doing from behind their marble avatar statue accounts. Like, when you spend time around those people, the people who are really pushing that ideology, what the fuck do you expect, Lauren Southern? And that's not, I don't want to, you know, victim blame Steven Crowder's wife, because that's obviously not what she signed up for. Like, to my knowledge, she's not a political commentator, you know? Like, he could have been, and as happens in a lot of these kind of abusive relationships, or especially if this was one of those, like, old school style, like, Christian relationships where you don't live with each other, you don't cohabitate before marriage, which is, again, why that's a really rough thing, and in fundamentalist circles and evangelical circles, that creates a lot of issues, because if you don't know what it's like to actually live with somebody daily, every day, like, you can find out after getting married that you are absolutely incompatible. And in these structures that women find themselves in, where the men, they want all the control, and they see literally any threat to that control as a threat to their manhood, as we just saw with Steven, that just creates this miserable cycle for years, if not decades on end. It's such a poisonous, horrible ideology, and I hate seeing people, like, trapped in it. Alajos, there's a Salon article, alt-right women are upset that alt-right men are treating them terribly. That's not surprising. I think I know the one you're talking about, because I think that's the one that has Lauren Southern in it. And it's just like, yeah, it's like, I don't know what you, like, what you expect siding with these people. However, I think that's enough of Steven Crowder's downfall. Let's talk about the downfall of one Ye West. this didn't make big headlines, but back in October, he suspended his bid for the presidency. I bet you guys forgot about that, huh? I didn't. Because Forbes, what the hell, man? And you get ad block. 1 of 5 free articles. Get out of here. Shut up. Kanye West has officially abandoned his presidential aspirations. Not that there seemed to be any real reason to believe that he was a serious player for the highest office in the land. According to West's personal attorney, Bruce Marks, the rapper will not be seeking the presidency in 2024. The musician had previously stated that he intended to run again after a failed bid for the position in 2020, but now it seems those dreams are over, at least for this election cycle. Marks confirmed West's decision to Rolling Stone, stating he's not a candidate for office in 2024. The definitive announcement signals the end of any active presidential campaign efforts led by the rapper who once aimed to challenge the traditional political landscape. Oh boy, howdy diddy. Another source that spoke to the music magazine claimed that while nothing is impossible when it comes to the always unpredictable West, the chance that the hip-hop powerhouse will reverse this choice and get back to the race is beyond remote. The rapper's campaign was always unconventional, as he didn't run as either Republican or Democrat. Instead, he announced his plans to seek the presidency as a member of his own birthday party. He initially introduced the organization in July 2020, and it was assumed he was still running under that banner for the 2024 election. In 2020, West's performance in the presidential race, which was largely between incumbent Donald Trump and former Vice President and now President Joe Biden, was, in a word, embarrassing. After spending a reported $9 million of his own money on his campaign, which didn't feature many of the usual events, speeches, and ads that most running for president employ, he failed to secure even 100,000 votes. God damn. In fact, he was so unpopular he only made it on the ballot in 12 states. The rapper decimated his own standing in the music industry in the past 2 years after going on a number of anti-Semitic rants, which got him dropped from his brand deals and banned him from some social media platforms. Yeah. No, yeah, Kim breaking up with him, absolutely. He is a broken shell of a man. And sorry, I'm getting word. Sorry, give me 1 second. Getting word there's a troll over in the YouTube chat, so we're going to go take care of that one real quick. Okay. Got him. Yeah, sorry everybody on YouTube chat. I don't see, like, I have my multi-stream set up, but it hasn't been, yeah, what the hell? It hasn't been showing me the YouTube chat. That's dumb. Weird. Okay. I am sorry about that, everybody dealing with that over in YouTube land. Let's deal with another little fun bit of this year. Does this happen? This happened technically. It was barely last year though. But I want to go back to and just remember the incredibly bizarre interview, kind of bringing it all together. We started talking about Alex Jones. Gambit, I've been YouTube streaming for a month or two now, between the two platforms. Alex Jones's interview of Kanye West and Nick Fuentes. And yeah, I said Nick Fuentes because for a while, Nick Fuentes seemed to be like the worm tongue for Kanye West. Like, just literally whispering in his ear and taking advantage of this man who is very clearly, like, needs therapy and medication and is instead just being surrounded by sycophants who enable literally everything he does and convince him that he's a genius while they leech off of him and his money. And Nick Fuentes, being the smarmy little goblin that he is, just leeched off of him like everybody else and tried to, act as his campaign advisor and all that shit. So let's watch this and reminisce. About this time last year, this would have been. Damn.
That's right. You're not Hitler. You're not a Nazi. You don't deserve to be called that and demonized.
Well, I see good things about Hitler also. The Jew, I love everyone. I'm done with the classifications. Every human being has something of value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
I love how he's dressed so he's easy to dub like a Power Ranger. There has to be somebody who's redone that. Awesome Kid TH, what form do you take your HRT? I take pills. I take estrogen pills that are soluble under the tongue, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Dude, is that... Dude, fuck off. All right. Yeah, okay. User should be hidden now. I don't know how the hell he came back. If he comes back again, I'm going to report him again. Yeah, no, Kanye's whole thing, again, if I cannot recommend enough Knowledge Fight, especially covering this issue. Because if you can find the episode they did on the Kanye West interview, it is such a good summation of why the whole thing with Kanye and Nick Fuentes and Alex Jones was just like three different flavors of narcissists all talking past each other and trying to use each other for clout and advancement in the most bizarre way possible. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. But yes, also Hero 001 Kanye is happy to fuck everyone's grift over. It's exactly that. Is that Kanye, like, Alex Jones wants to come in and try and be amicable and be like, well, you don't actually love Hitler. Like, I get it. You like the fashion and you like this stuff. And Kanye West is just like, no, I love Hitler. And it's so funny. It's so funny to me. And then, of course, we're going to have to watch the Jewish doctor clip after this because we've watched it before. I love the Jewish doctor clip. I love the punch. It's so good. Calling Nick Fuentes a known Holocaust denier is putting his accolades lightly. He is a known racist. He is a known sexist. I watched on a podcast, I watched him tell college-educated women that they should instead not go to college and just focus on raising children because that's what they're made for. Like, Nick Fuentes is a piece of shit who has never experienced an ounce of real life outside of his parents' basement to begin with, and yet feels the need to speak with authority on things that he has no experience in. Like relationships being one of them. Like, Nick, buddy, if I ever need advice in fucking Catboys, I'll come talk to you. Boom.
What do I mean? Like, okay, so how about...
Oh, God, I forgot about who walked out of Tim Pool's podcast.
Are you leaving?
Oh, Alajos, he's gotten in fights publicly before, and he fights back like a bitch.
Are you afraid of the press?
He's gone.
Oh, that's good stuff, though. Yeah, so this was the year that Ye didn't make it to the office. Hey, you know what? There's always next time. But you know who else had to suspend their plans for a little bit? Another well-known guy. We know him. We hate him. I loathe him. But let's watch the. I think. What is this? This looks like an episode of Cribs. Yeah. Let's go inside and see some inside footage from Andrew. Let's go inside and get some footage from Andrew Tate's house. Okay, so I've been playing Modern Warfare 2, the newer one, the campaign, which it's not great. But they should have had a mission like this. Because that would have made it a top 10 Call of Duty. If you could raid video game Andrew Tate's house, I would have played that mission so many times. Oh.
Why do you say the birds? Are the accusation
Go. Hold on. I gotta watch Tristan Tate. Look at how he's holding his hand in this dumbass position that they think makes them look so hard, as he's being walked out.
The Matrix has attacked me.
The Matrix has attacked me. Man, shut up. You look like a grown-up garbage pail kid, dude. Oh god, he looks so bad in the like after prison pictures. He's so like, yeah, no, like that's the thing. Solar Lander on Twitch, that was the coolest thing he could think of. And the coolest way he thought he could say it was like muttering to himself, "The Matrix has attacked me." He's a grown-ass man. Like, unbelievable. Damn, dude. Like, what is that? What is that? Get out of here. Come on. God, he thinks he is so hard, and it's so funny. And I can't wait for him to get fully arrested, because he's been, let out on bail and stuff. So yeah, that's like 2023. Look, it hasn't been an amazing year, but when it comes to people getting their comeuppance, it's been all right. You got Crowder, you got Tate getting arrested. The Matrix got him. Damn. And then there's one more story of comeuppance I want to share with everybody. Oh, Smutty Baba Yaga, thank you for gifting 2 tier 1 subs to Goofy Himbo and Kara Valmajar. I appreciate it.
Santos, what's your reaction to the expulsion?
This morning, after serving for just under 11 months,
oh, James Somerton too.
Republican Congressman George Santos voted out of office.
2/3 voting in the affirmative, the resolution is adopted.
105 yes votes.
Oh yeah, and Solar Lander, you're right. You're right. Alex Jones got financially just ruined. Henry Kissinger died. That's true. Finally. I do want to see the... Oh, I'm going to look that up real quick. Because I still haven't watched that. So yeah, we'll watch that right after this. George Santos, which, by the way, here's the thing. If you guys haven't seen it yet, and I'm sure that plenty of people in the chat know Fundy Fridays. They do amazing work over there, and I may or may not be cooking something with them. Possibly. I can't guarantee anything right now yet, but maybe. But I would highly recommend going and watching James's episode on George Santos, because it is such a incredibly in-depth look at just what a wild ride of a very selfish grifter who has managed to lie himself into a truly larger than life just journey through everything. Like, unbelievable good work they did over there. So I would absolutely recommend go check out Fundy Fridays for that video. If you don't know the whole story of George Santos, who was like a drag queen down in South America at one point, and which I thought was when word came out that George Santos did drag in South America, I was like, there's no way yeah, the drag queen has a very passing resemblance, okay, but no, it turned out to be true. Like, it's the story behind him and how he lied his way into office is insane. And
Santos walking out before the...
Honestly, this feels like gay oppression, because after all the shit some of the other people have done, you're telling me that God, what's his name? I'm picturing the blockheaded idiot Matt Gaetz, the dude who looks like Hammerhead from Spider-Man. Yeah, Matt Gaetz. This guy. Matt Gaetz, right there on screen. He didn't get expelled. Like, all the shit Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene have done. Like, but this guy? Like, oh, no. They got the gay guy with the quickness. Better believe it. Yeah, no, Far Cry's... After Tiger King McAfee, this guy. This guy, I would say his story is definitely in, like, the craziness level of, like, of Tiger King, for sure. Every time you think something, that the craziest thing has possibly happened, and you learn something new about something he lied his way into that people just believed him on. Oh, it's just bizarre.
Official vote was announced.
Did you know this is how it was going to go?
Defiant as ever, with these parting words for reporters.
You know what? As unofficially already no longer a member of Congress, I no longer have to answer a single question to you guys. That is the one thing that I can say forever.
His office locks changed and nameplate removed. Santos becomes only the 6th member of the House of Representatives to be ousted in U.S. history.
This is a very rare event that we saw. House members voted to remove one of their own. Their razor-thin majority becomes even thinner. It's going to be even more difficult for Speaker Mike Johnson to be able to push
you know what? You're right.
Agenda items in the House of Representatives.
His removal coming after...
Yeah, I do gotta look that up. I don't know how much I can... I'm sure there's... Okay, the gay sex tape from a Senate hearing room. All right. God, and imagine George Santos getting expelled. Not even the only time gay people have been fucked in the Capitol this year. Got him. Zing. Echo Baz, I'm glad you're here. Bagel Goblin, we are just chilling and watching, catching up on all the things that have happened this year and looking back
Mr. Santos is
and just having a good time.
A very dangerous precedent.
Democrats saying
BNK, did you see Randy Rainbow's song about Santos? I have not yet. I will have to look at that one.
Republicans needed George Santos's vote.
Since being elected last year to New York's 3rd district, his propensity for seeming to lie invited endless scrutiny and became fodder for parody on Saturday Night Live.
Everything out of your mouth is a lie. Your spending, your resume, you lied about being Jewish. Are you even gay?
Of
course I'm gay, Colin. I invented being gay. I was the one at Stonewall who said, here's an idea. You guys should kiss. Okay.
But his expulsion ultimately came after he was accused of a slew of financial crimes, including spending thousands of dollars from his campaign on personal expenses, like rent, designer clothes, Botox, and purchases on the website OnlyFans, known for its adult content. He denies the allegations.
And he denies everything is so good. Oh, man. Yeah, no, seeming to lie, spineless in the face of a mountain of evidence. Like, it's so good. I wanna watch the Zooey interview real quick, because that's a pretty good catch up on him. Because I haven't seen this yet. Oh, and honey, you have had Botox. Too much Botox.
Well, hello. Oh my God, legs all for days. Look at you. Let me just say hi to you.
Tonight, one jokester and a national joke sit across from each other in a bombshell interview.
My first question.
Joe Dax, thank you very much for subscribing at Tier 1. And Mighty Mulatto, thank you for $2. Boebert and Green used conservatism as a fetish. They definitely did. Like, it's weird to think about, but they really did skate by on sex appeal in a weird way. For conservatives to go like, well, dang, like, I'd love to have a daughter like that, or, you know, like, oh yeah, that's a heck of a woman. Like, there are so many stereotypes of like the country lady that they lived up to get where they are. Yenzo, I don't think there's any allegations that Santos is a groomer. That would actually be a bummer, because like, most of the other things, like, I don't want to say they're victimless crimes, because he stole a shit ton of money. He did like a ton of fraud. Oh, Michelle, super chat of $5. Hi, where'd you get your glasses? I got my glasses. These are from eBay. These are just blue light blocking glasses. I think I got them in a pack for like 2 for $12 or something. So super cheap. Yeah, it's like, there's such a difference between what he did and like Matt Gaetz. And again, I don't want to say that the things he did were victimless crimes, because they obviously weren't. But if you are comparing the like awful shit that Matt Gaetz has done, like voting against revenge porn bans and like openly defending them too, openly defending revenge porn and showing like porn of people to like other members of the house, he's just so gross. And Lauren Boebert is no prude. See with goblins. Yeah, oh God, I forgot about that too. Okay, we're gonna. Yeah, we gotta look up the Lauren Boebert Beetlejuice thing, because that's also just wild.
For you is why?
Why what?
How would you interview someone without shame? Are rich people stupid? What could we do to get you to go away?
That's sure to be explosive.
Can we speak somewhere like off real quick? Is this hot? We're all hot. All right, whatever.
Yeah.
Can we be mindful with the DOJ stuff?
What do you mean by mindful? Let's assume for a second that you did actually do those crimes.
The fraudster answers the questions on everyone's mind.
What is empathy?
This is so good. I already love this. Oh my God. This is
define it.
How could anyone platform the disgraced?
Could you dab?
Oh my God. Johnny Viral, Boebert and MTG would make so much money on OnlyFans. Like, so much.
Allegedly racist.
It's like I don't see color. I grew up.
You don't see color.
Allegedly transphobic.
Do you believe in pronouns?
No.
Allegedly far-right nutjob.
Mira, chica, no piensas.
Are you threatening me?
No.
Congressman?
Yukon.
Z-Way News Network starts now.
No congressman. Because he's not a congressman anymore. Hex 000, I'm waiting on that Lauren Boebert OnlyFans. No, you can do better. It's like
you've been accused of lying to them.
Just go look up Lisa Ann. Like, go look up that Lisa Ann where she dressed like Sarah Palin way back in the day. That should get you where you need to go.
American people. How long do you think it will be before you get called to be on Dancing with the...
Oh, fandom trash 69420. Nice. How are politics becoming more like reality TV? I feel like having a reality TV show star as a president probably had something to do there. I'm not gonna lie. F signs. The idea of Marjorie Taylor Greene calling me a naughty boy. Huh. Yes, allows Nayland Palin.
I'll pass.
So you won't be calling Sean Spicer for advice?
Yeah, Sean Spicer, that I don't want to be Sean Spicer. Let's just call it that.
He's reading already. You've compared yourself to Rosa Parks, saying if she didn't sit in the back of the bus, you shouldn't have to either, meaning you didn't want to sit in the back of Congress. How else are you like our beloved civil rights leaders?
Rosa Parks, believe it or not, is one of my favorite political figures.
Why wouldn't I believe that?
I had a portrait of her in my office. I think that speaks for
That's
itself.
not the question.
How else are you like Rosa Parks?
I Houston and...
Hey, Sean EP, Lisa Ann is not 80. She's 51. Stop it. Over in the YouTube chat. Be
I'm not
nice.
like Rosa Parks. Come on. I could never measure. Let's just put it that way.
Can I list civil rights icons and you tell me what they mean to you? Marsha P. Johnson.
Very respectful, honorable person. Keep going.
Respectful and honorable about what?
On all the stances and all the work.
Marsha P. Johnson?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I love you anyway, Sean.
Keep
I'm just
going.
joking.
Next.
You don't know her.
Yeah, I do. Keep going.
Do you?
I do. Go. Just keep going.
James Baldwin.
Huh?
James Baldwin.
Who the hell is James Baldwin?
Oh, this is already so good.
Who's James Baldwin?
Harvey Milk.
I have no clue who that is.
Okay.
B.
What
Parker, that
about
was a gamble.
Bowen
I
Yang
figured
doing an
just
impression of
Googling
you
her
on his
age
mouth?
would probably be fine.
I think he deserves an EGOT.
Would you like Bowen Yang to play you in the HBO biopic?
That movie's not ever going to happen.
Why not?
The book has no perspective of me or anybody close to me. It's a fiction.
You love fiction, though. Nicki Minaj.
Queen.
Are you a Nicki fan?
God, he's so... Like... Look... Obviously, I hate, like, the things he represents. But he is such a deeply unserious person. And the thing is, he's taking it unseriously, which is the best part. Also, yeah, I do not know how a gay person doesn't know Harvey Milk. It's so... Yeah, the YouTube channel is just called Ziwi. It's so ridiculous. Like, listing off all these icons of gay people that he absolutely doesn't know, and then she says Nicki Minaj, and he's just like, Queen. Like, yas, serve. It's giving, didn't finish high school. It's giving GED realness.
Yeah, prove it.
I know, John Bainbridge, I'm right there. I hate that I love him.
Verses for you.
Pull up in the monster automobile.
Gangsta with a bad bitch that came from Sri Lanka.
He's so real for that.
Okay, move on.
You're bossing me?
Yes! Yes, Queen!
Can you say that to your camera?
Yes, Queen, move on.
Can you also say that you're an icon?
I know, you're the icon.
No, you're the icon.
You're the
no,
icon.
you icon.
You're iconic.
Icon.
Icon girl. Girl boss.
We're gonna say icon again.
Icon.
You con.
Coming up.
We can move on. Move on. Move on. We would move on.
You're the only congressman to be expelled without a conviction. Is it safe to say you didn't come to the Capitol to make friends?
I wasn't
Bee
there to
Parker,
play
you went
nice.
to
I was there to
Barb's U.
expose the rot and corruption, and I did. And I'm going to continue to do it. Republicans and Democrats alike. Swampy, slimy people selling this country down a river.
I would say that you are a messy bitch that lives for drama. True or false?
You can call me a messy bitch. I've been called worse, but I'll take it. Can you make a pin and mail it to me?
I'll send
wear
you.
it.
I'll send you.
I will wear your messy bitch pin any day.
I will send you a gift as long as you declare it on your taxes.
Definitely. I like paying taxes.
Who else in Congress is committing fraud?
They're all frauds.
Name them.
If you were to put me,
Name them.
if you were to put them all
Name
under the same scrutiny I was put under, you'd
Name
fucking
them.
vacate the whole goddamn building.
Can I name them and you just wink if I...
Go ahead.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
No.
Kevin McCarthy.
Yes.
Lindsey Graham.
Yes.
Matt Gaetz.
No.
Bob Menendez.
Goldbar Menendez?
Dan Goldman.
He doesn't pay his rent. Dan is owing $180,000 worth of rent right now on
He's
his
such a messy
$45,000
bitch.
monthly
Oh my
rent,
God.
which is what most Americans f***ing make a year. You let that shit sink in.
The way you know everyone's business is humbling to me.
Coming up.
How many black friends do you have?
Plenty. Seriously, I had too many to count.
Too many to count.
Yeah. It's like I don't see color.
You don't see color.
I grew up in Queens.
You were seen walking around the Capitol with a baby in your arms.
Yes.
Look at this baby, Mr. Speaker. Congressman Santos, what are you doing to stop the ongoing genocide of Palestinians?
Excuse me, do not record this baby.
When asked if it was...
He's like a living parody. Like, the world he lives in feels too stupid to be real. like I'm imagining a sitcom where a congressman has to like figure out a way to get out of answering any questions. How are you going to denounce the genocide in Palestine? And so he's just like, hey, give me that baby. And like, so that way he can anytime just be like, no, please do not record this baby. Yeah, no, Zelterberg, like baby media shield is exactly what that was. God, it's sickening how brilliant he is in so many dumb ways.
It's yours, you said. Not yet.
As in a reference to, I'm not a parent. I'm not there yet. Not that specific baby.
So whose baby was
It was
that?
a staffer's baby.
But you were running around with their baby.
No.
You were using the baby as a prop.
No, I was taking the baby to introduce him to another member of Congress.
When?
Totally normal thing to do. I was actually introducing the baby to another member of Congress. Which felt, he worded that like he just made it up on the spot. That's so great.
Would you rather have a gay son, thought daughter, or pathological liar?
I will have a child, and I will accept my kid in any way, shape, or form they come. And the best I can do is teach my child to be better than me.
Love that. And do you plan to adopt black?
I wouldn't be opposed to it. Especially because I can probably make a black baby on my own, granted my dad, and my entire dad's family, because I'm biracial.
Got it. So when you say you could make a black baby on your own.
Oh, I mean, essentially, physically. Like, not physically, but if I were to use my sperm.
To impregnate a woman.
Yeah, I could. That's a high possibility, so. And I'd love it.
This happened right after he was expelled. He did this interview. Like, to give you an idea of how unserious he takes this. Like, I fucking love this bitch. Like,
will you be running for office again?
Not now, but in the future, I'm not ruling it out.
Wow. As a Republican?
As of now, yes.
Okay. As of now?
Yes.
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 But there could be a day where you pivot.
To an independent.
To an independent.
Because I think the country needs more independent thinkers now.
Like Jill Stein?
No. That's a Russian asset, according to Hillary Clinton. And I believe Hillary on that one.
And, oh, wow. And what are you an asset of?
Of no one.
Do you plan to run as a Democrat? Because you've been really embraced by, like, the Gen Z.
I love the Gen Z.
Progressives.
Gen Z loves Trump.
Define love.
They love Trump. He's an icon. Gen Z loves Trump.
Could you say icon again?
Icon. Do you know why I love the Gen Z progressives?
Please.
I'll
take him.
tell you why. Because they're the future, and they need to slay the boots house down in the future so that this country can stay functional.
What does slay the boots house down mean?
Conquer everything. Like
That's what that means?
Like,
That's not what
yeah,
that means.
it's like you just gotta be awesome at everything you do, and they have to do that. They need to be awesome.
Okay. You've connected yourself to multiple historic tragedies, including the Pulse nightclub shooting. You said your mom died in 9/11.
I did not say my mom died in 9/11.
You said that your grandparents survived the Holocaust.
I said my grandparents fled the Holocaust.
Do you think it's appropriate for politicians to use terror for their own professional gain?
That's what politicians do.
So yes.
No, I'm not saying yes. I'm just saying, just look at all these politicians. They're hacks. They're not doing anything other than lying to you. If a politician's mouth is moving...
this feels almost like Madison Cawthorn in a way, where, like, when he came out and basically broke kayfabe about, like, people on the Hill, and, like, I got invited to a crazy sex orgy, he was ousted. Like, he couldn't keep the secret. And that kind of feels like George Santos too. Is just like, they know nobody's gonna take him seriously, so he's just like, fuck it. Yeah, like, I'll just talk shit about everybody.
On Capitol Hill, they're lying to you.
But I'm looking at a politician, and
I'm
your
not a
mouth is
politician.
moving.
I'm not a politician.
And I feel like you're lying to me.
I'm not a politician. Never was,
What
never
are
will
you?
be. I was an elected public servant for 11 months, proud of it, never caved to the establishment of politics.
You were in government, but you're not a politician.
No, I hate politicking. Nancy Pelosi had a big hand in the riots in January
We're not
6th.
talking about Nancy Pelosi.
That's a Hunter Biden thing, not me. Bush is a warmonger, and I don't like warmongers. And I believe Hillary on that one.
He's
Just
just
like
a
you're
chaotic
politicking right
little
now.
snake.
Do you support
And
a
I
ceasefire,
love that.
or are you afraid of losing your Hollywood representation?
Excuse me?
Do you support a ceasefire?
I hate war.
Wow.
Yeah.
You love peace.
Peace is the way to go.
Do you support a ceasefire?
No.
You don't.
No. We don't negotiate with terrorists. War against terror should never be undermined, period. Hamas is a terrorist organization.
How would you bring peace to the Middle East?
Very simple. Eradicating terror cells like Hamas, ISIS,
buddy,
Al-Qaeda.
honey, I can't follow you
I mean,
anymore.
there's so many, to name a few.
No, please name them all.
No. But the point is
No?
if we go after all the terrorist
Crimson
organizations
Sage,
themselves,
this is
we will bring
performance art
peace
is
to
probably the
Middle
best
East and
way
the
to
world.
describe this, I would say.
Fact.
Via war.
I mean, sure.
Would
but
you? Sure.
Yeah.
Chaotic.
It's a
This
good
is the
cause.
most chaotic neutral.
Coming up.
You're writing a book.
Yes.
And what is the name of the book so we can promote the book?
It's an under development. We're doing a market study on it.
A market study development book, and the George Santos story.
Yeah.
Who in Congress could you beat in a lip sync battle?
All of them.
What song would you do?
I will survive. Cliche, why not?
If you're performing this song in Congress, who would you be? Katara Ravashay? Would you be Anthony DeVolder? Would you be George Santos? Like what?
George Santos. I need nothing other than just plain old George Santos.
Okay. Can we confirm Katara Ravashay was your drag personality at one point?
For a day.
For a day.
For a day when I was 18 years old. Look, if I was a career drag queen then, like everybody likes to claim, then I must be a myth of a drag queen now because I wear far more makeup today than I did in that picture.
Not you dragging yourself.
It's true, but it's true. I'll drag myself when it's appropriate.
When else is it appropriate to drag yourself?
AAA artists,
Are you
no, but
alt-right
for real.
clout, or do
Like
you
George
actually
Santos is me
believe that
playing
drag
D&D.
queens are
Like
a
he's
greater
just a
threat to
chaotic little
children than
gremlin.
guns?
I love drag queens. Let's set the record straight. I don't like drag queens for kids.
You said that they were worse for children than guns.
I still think drag queens are not for kids.
No one is saying that they are for children.
Then why are there drag time story
Oh
hours?
my goodness gracious. We're not going to get anywhere with that.
Coming up.
I doubt there's a book. I doubt there's a book. If there was, I would read it.
You're disassociating.
I'm sorry?
Close your eyes. Picture a criminal. What are they wearing in your head?
A blue suit and a white shirt.
No.
Oh my God.
Tell
This
me
is
about
what
your sartorial charts today. What are you wearing?
grifters who
This
get
is
ousted from
actual,
Congress do for interviews.
Teo from Macy's. It's a black-owned company.
Oh, wow.
And I love his suits. Ferragamo shoes.
Ferragamo shoes.
Yes, I'm known for that.
And are you wearing a black-owned designer because of the circumstances of today?
No, actually, if you go through my entire congressional outfits, a lot of them are from the same designer.
And how many stolen credit cards did you use to pay for this look? Ferragamo, Hermes, you like the nice stuff too.
And I don't actually own Hermes stuff.
Oh.
Other than the cologne, that's all I wear from Hermes.
Got it.
Oh no, and the bracelet.
You're literally wearing an Hermes bracelet. How'd you buy that one?
This was a gift from my husband.
A gift from
Yeah.
your husband.
Yeah.
The American people? Is it a metaphor?
No, my husband.
What's his name?
Matt.
What's his last name?
Not telling you.
You could have just said Santos and that would have been less suspicious than Matt, no name. You've said that you've
Hello,
had
dog.
Botox, lip filler,
Hey, you wanna say hi on
Ozempic.
stream?
What is a complete list of cosmetic procedures you've had?
I did go under Ozempic treatment for A1C reasons and subsequently lost 100 pounds. Botox, yeah, since I'm 25. Fillers, since I'm 25. I will never deny it.
How do you pay for it?
I've always worked Z-Way. So, yeah.
Yeah.
My own money.
Okay, worked, but like work
Yeah,
or like
your own
work?
money.
You
No,
know,
my own money.
Yeah.
Like everything else I own, my own money.
Your own money. Restylane or Sculptra?
Juvederm, XL.
NARS or MAC?
Neither. Estee Lauder. Gotta keep the Republican donors happy.
Would you rather shoplift from Sephora or Ulta?
Neither. I don't do petty crimes.
White collar. House of Representatives or House of Gucci?
You know what? House of Representatives.
Really?
Yes. Slay the booth.
he just got fucking like the chutzpah to just get ousted from Congress and say, I don't do petty crimes on a joke YouTube interview is like, I feel like everybody should be in awe, if nothing else, of his sheer lack of giving a fuck. I'm sorry, is that, do I not say chutzpah? Chutzpah. Chutzpah. I've only read it. I don't know how, I haven't heard it. I've only read it.
House down, House of Representatives every day.
Well, not every day, since last Friday.
Oh, whatever. Tomato, tomato, who cares?
Well, a lot of, I would say your peers care. Like,
Well, I care, but, you know, but they did what they wanted to do, so. I'll be back.
Hey,
we'll be back.
Yeah, I'm 35. They're all in their 50s. I'll outlive them. Each and last one of them.
This is so menacing. I feel threatened, and I'm not even in the House of Rep. What advice do you have for young, diverse people with personality disorders considering a career in politics?
My dog is trying to fight me. Hey, stop it. Oh, stop it. All right, I'm gonna go feed my dog real quick. I'll be right back. You. Come on. You. Oh, there you go. Move the dog. All right, chutzpah. Marquise de Sá. Thank you, everybody, for popping off pupper emotes in chat. Oh. Chutzpah. Chutzpah.
You're cute. You're really cute. She's so cute.
In the words of Lady Gaga, you live for the applause. Are you like Tinkerbell? If we stopped clapping, would you disappear?
No.
You wouldn't.
No.
What could we do to get you to go away?
Stop inviting me to your gigs.
So no.
Like, there's something profound there. There's something profound there.
Dancing with the Stars.
He's so
No
cartoon
RuPaul's Drag
villain coded
Race.
for sure.
I haven't got that invite yet. I'd love to go read a.
The lesson is to stop inviting you places.
But you can't. Because people want the content.
Could you please define the word empathy?
You know what's great about that? Empathy to me is probably, I don't understand it because people accuse me of having no empathy. And I maybe I can't define empathy.
You don't have empathy?
I think I do. I believe I do.
What is empathy if you think you have it?
I couldn't define it. But I believe I'm empathetic to causes, to people, to situations.
What excites you most about going to prison?
That's a below the belt.
Do you like the color orange?
Really?
You tell me, I don't know enough about you.
Judge, jury, and executioner?
I could never be. I'm just asking questions.
Those seem
All I
pretty
want to do-
pointed.
I would never point the finger at
Oh,
you.
God.
I would never point the finger at you.
I believe you.
You're an icon.
Icon.
And that's the show. George Santos, everyone.
That's George Santos. Another thing that definitely happened this year, but that is far from the only thing in the House and the Senate. Let's all right. I don't think they'll show anything too terrible on this. But I do want to talk a little bit about, while we're on the subject of queers in government, Z-Way, K Snicket, Z-I-W-E. My cat is now screaming at me for food. I will be right back. Baby needed her wet food. She was so poor. It's so if you know, a couple weeks ago there was a congressional staffer, I believe, who thought there was a goose honking. No. Huh. That was my impression of a goose honking. Honking. That is a good question. I should probably do a cat emote. So you have the poppy one, Smitty Baba Yaga popping off with a little poppy cat. This is a bleak room to have sex in. Yes, but also would. From them.com, them.us, them.us, them.me. I got what I wanted. By now, you've undoubtedly heard the news that has rocked gay social media. A congressional staffer reportedly filmed himself having sex with another man in a hearing room. Initially published on Friday, December 15th by right-wing media outlet The Daily Caller, the video showed two men engaging in sexual conduct in what appears to be the Judiciary Room in the Hart Senate office building. Details about the incident have been unfolding rapidly. Read on for all you need to know. It was so here's the great thing about it, is that if you were on Twitter when that story started coming out, like 2 weeks ago, you could not go anywhere, especially in like political spaces, without seeing right-wingers sharing it relentlessly. Like, it was everywhere. Right-wingers would not stop sharing this video of the twink getting back shots in the Senate chamber. And it was so... I don't know. It was just a moment. It was very funny because every right-winger was sharing it like, oh, God, I can't believe... God, the gays are doing this, and it's so terrible, and look what they've done to our democracy. And they were like, no, we can't look away. Keep sharing it. Look at it more. It was a moment. It was a moment. Several conservative media outlets, including the New York Post and Washington Examiner, identified one of the men in the video as Aiden Mace-Suropsky. I'm doing my best here. Until this weekend, Mace-Suropsky was a legislative aide for Senator Ben Cardin, Democrat, Maryland. On Sunday morning, Cardin's office said in a statement to Politico that Mace-Suropsky was no longer employed by the U.S. Senate. How do you think, like, real talk, how do you think the, like, the conversation went? Like, do you think that was a step into my office moment? Or do you think that was just, like, send a quick email, just like, because honest, if you're making, like, C-SPAN with anything you do that's going to get you fired, like, I feel like that's like, maybe just send them the link and be like, yeah, just probably best if you, like, don't come into work today, and maybe, you know, send somebody else to gather your things at your desk. He got fired, but he got those benefits first. Got those bennies. Thumb warrior. Have sex with your boss at Burger King, they get fired. Have sex with your boss in government, you get fired. I think it was just his boyfriend. Like, I don't think it was I don't think it was his boss. The video was reportedly posted in a private chat group for gay men in politics, according to the Daily Caller, who reviewed the chat and posted the video. Hey, Daily Caller, quick question. Why do you have a video like that? Dog. All right, if I let you out, you have to chill. 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 I love you. Be good. Be good. Be a good dog. Leave me alone. God, this website is so gay. I'm here for it though. But dog is serenading us. No, dog is fine. Doggo, Marquise de Sade, do not believe her lies. She is fine. Hello, dog. Come here. Give me your bone. What she wants me to do is just hold the bone while she chews on it. That way it doesn't go anywhere. Yeah, Emil TV, you picked up on that. Why is the Daily Caller in private gay group chats? Interesting. Sex tape news. The outlet reported that Miller identified Mace-Suropsky as the person who had shouted at him. In a statement posted to LinkedIn, he neither confirmed nor denied that he appeared in the video. This has been a difficult time for me as I have been attacked for who I love to pursue a political agenda. While some of my actions in the past have shown poor judgment, I love my job and would never disrespect my workplace. Exploring what legal options are available to me in these matters. Misdemeanor to felony charges, damn. So yeah, that is that's one weird sex scandal that happened this year. But wait, there is another. Lauren Boebert. Let's hit ABC7 Chicago for the goods on this one. Well, it depends on stealing. It depends on which founding father you're talking about. How would the founding fathers feel about this? Ben Franklin would probably be okay with it, if we're being real. Persephone Paturia has resubscribed tier 1 for 2 months. Thank you very much. Jordan, what's your lipstick? It's so cute. It's a, I don't know why I looked for it out here. My partner actually recently got me this. It's like a glitter kind of balm. And it's not, it's actually wearing off a little bit now. But it can be used for like anything. It can be used on lips, on like cheeks for highlighting. It can be used as like shadow. I love it so much already. I've used it twice already, and I'm obsessed. 6 different forces. I tweeted it at you. Thank you, Ian Kaplan. Yeah, no, people forgot about this. Much like Dre.
Boebert. Say it 3 times and she appears in security video from a weekend performance.
I was like, okay, is this a YouTuber doing a shtick? Because I don't want to watch that. I thought this was ABC, but no, it's just local news being local news.
Beetlejuice, where the congresswoman was kicked out of the theater for being disruptive. The DCPA says she was vaping. Boebert's team denied that, said the haze was from fog machines in the show. That claim goes up in smoke when you see the video. The pregnant woman sitting behind Boebert told the Denver Post she asked her to stop vaping, and Boebert refused. Her one-woman show continued, taking flash photos, raising her hands and dancing, often the only one clapping or standing up in the crowd. Boebert occasionally took a break from being disruptive to enjoy the company of her male companion. He briefly had a grasp on the situation before ushers returned and told Boebert she had to leave. The theater's incident report says Boebert pulled the "Don't you know who I am" card on the way out, appearing to give theater employees the single-finger salute.
That newscaster is having a great time. Yeah, no, Zetterbergy, I think they probably skipped that part because they couldn't show it, and so I'm not going to show it. But she was very visibly in some of the footage giving him a hand job. Like, I don't think it was outside of the... I don't think the dick was actually out of the pants, but I do believe, like, she was definitely stroking him off. And it was very odd. Like, it was just a weird experience. Yeah, no, Alajos, like, look, here's the thing. Lauren Boebert is a reprehensible human being, but I have a firm belief I can fix her. Okay? I can fix her. I just need a chance. Oh yeah, no, they showed that, Johnny Viral. They showed that he literally, it's not even subtle, which, like, okay, the problem with being subtle in like a crowded room, and as anybody who has done stuff in public knows, you have to be really smooth about it. The dude just literally goes whop. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, he just grabs her boob like he's grabbing a handful of potato chips at a barbecue. Like, it's just like, ha. Like, just zero subtlety, surrounded by people. Why? Stealing, why do I think politicians are horny as hell? I think there is something in politics. I think it's the same reason. So there's a couple different kinds of horny, because I think Lauren Boebert is just like regular horny. Like, her and Marjorie Greene, like, Marjorie has had a bunch of affairs and stuff with just like fairly regular dudes. You know, like, they're just regular horny. But then you have like Matt Gaetz and Trump, who I think they see sex as a way to exert power over people in a very personal way. And I think that's a different kind of horniness, and I think that's a type of manipulation that attracts those kind of people to politics to begin with. It's also, yeah, like, just going for it like that with the boob is so, like not only is it unsubtle. Like, what are you, 13? Like, is that the first time seeing a titty for you, dude? Like, I don't know. A boob's a boob. I don't know. Media breakdown, a super chat of $4.99. Lauren Boebert, I thought Republicans didn't believe in handouts. Oh, true. Ugh. Marquise de Sade, yeah. When they're famous, they just let you do it or whatever. Trump said. Yeah, exactly. So let's go. We have a couple more things. If you can believe it, after all of this stuff, still not done. We have this. I know we watched this last time, but I want to revel in it again. Because the horrifying satanic altar that Matt Walsh got real mad about. Cranky Pants McGee, thank you very much for following. And Triple Artist, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime.
The Daily Mail has this report. The Satanic Temple has set up a display of a sparkling demonic ram's head in the Iowa State House as an expression of religious freedom.
Based.
Alongside more traditional menorahs and Christmas trees, the group has erected an altar topped with candles, a large banner, and a ram figure with skull covered in mirrors, a red cloak, and a wreath. The temple reportedly went through all the correct administrative channels for the display and only had their original request to use a real goat's skull denied. So there was no attempt to turn them down or anything like that, or to fight over this. They were just given exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, I know. Matt Walsh got wound up about
aside
something
from
innocuous.
Putting, the carcass of an actual
right?
animal in the State House, but everything else they got. Founder of the Satanic Temple, Lucian Greaves,
but also. I'm sorry. That was that's one of the last things that's actually happened this year. Also, somebody Baba Yaga, thank you for popping off with the Morgan and Felicia emotes in the Twitch chat. I love seeing those. I worked hard on those. I mean, I didn't make them, but I worked hard to get them implemented into the thing. Yeah, that's a good one for sure. I do want to. Okay, so we have a couple things because that's kind of. It has been such a bonkers. Wild year. Oh God, I forgot about these. Okay, we have to go into these because these are relevant to the election. Really quick, I think these might be the last ones though.
Presidential candidates get defined by funny things, and for some reason, people have a lot of questions about Ron DeSantis's cowboy boots.
But people do wear cowboy boots with a suit.
That's right.
So I'm not going to fly. Okay, that's just a crazy thing.
We're proud of it.
But there were no cowboys in Florida, Ron.
Oh yeah, you should try Florida. We're one of the top cattle states in America. Once
Really?
you go from the beach, you go the interior of Florida, nothing but cattle ranches.
Why don't you wear tennis shoes and dress shoes?
I do wear tennis shoes when I work out. Yeah, 100%.
You do?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so what was missing from all of those sound bites was the discussion about whether or not Ron DeSantis' cowboy boots were designed specifically to make him taller. And a lot of people on social media have suggested that
Info
he has
Thumb Wars
devices
84, thank you for
inside his
following.
cowboy boots that could add 3, 4, 5 inches to his height. Nobody would have dreamed that about Ronald Reagan or Bill Clinton or George W. Bush. Bush wore cowboy boots all the time, as did Reagan.
And Extremely Loud Library, thank you for following.
About it is a problem for Ron DeSantis. News Nation contributor, founding editor at Mediaite, Colby Hall, is here. Colby, I think the bigger problem, right, is that it's could kind of be believable. Like you don't just dismiss it out of hand when you hear that it could be a 5-inch heel.
No, not at all. There's definitely sort of like you raise your eyebrows and you think, yeah, it's possible. I think it's appropriate that we're talking about this issue.
Suji Q has tipped $20. Saw some of your stand-up clips on Twitter. Been thinking about them past couple days. Really funny. Thank you for making content. I love it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, especially as I've been getting back into stand-up lately. So fingers crossed. I've been working a couple. I actually kind of wish I recorded my set from this last Wednesday. Because I kind of killed it. I was really nervous about a joke, but it went off really well. So I'm gonna start recording again, and hopefully I'll have more clips to put up soon. But thank you very much. I appreciate it. All the financial help is always appreciated.
On Halloween, because political theater comes with costumes, and I mean Ron DeSantis claims that he's 5'11". His old roster when he played baseball for Yale said as much. After people fudge their height. There's never been in modern times a president that was elected that was smaller than 5'11". So I think it appears as though he's giving himself a little bit of a lift. But you know what? Joe Biden has hair implants and Ivanka Trump has a chin implant, I think. So, is it what he's doing bad? It's sort of.
It's just like it. Ron DeSantis, throughout the year, like every now and then a story comes out about him that just illuminates what a bizarre man he is. He is so odd. He's just like a real weirdo. A real weirdo.
Comes par for the course. I think your point is that it's tough for him.
Nixie Chan, thank you for following.
That's the tough thing.
Well, I guess it's one of those. To me, it's one of those things, though. It's sort of the knock on him is that he's
no. Marquise aside, right? It's absolutely not the shortness that's killing him in the polls. It's weird stuff. And weird stuff. Like this. Yeah, no, exactly. Johnny Viral, Ron DeSantis is a weirdo. He's a rich guy who never learned how to fake being a person. He like if you ever watch him like try and laugh or like smile or like try to interact like a regular human, it's uncanny. And not in a way, Trump kind of had that too sometimes, but Trump had a very likable is not the right word, but he had an affect where he could like turn on a certain kind of old man, like doddering charm. And I don't think
Republican presidential hopefuls are swarming Iowa nearly 11 months before the nominating caucus. It's still, of course, very early, but there's only 2 candidates that are polling in double digits: Donald Trump, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. And while only one of them
Maddie
is
Sway, thank you for following.
Indictment, there are some new worries about the other one. The Daily Beast reports that, quote, the governor's aversion to pressing the flesh and his concern over the risk of unexpected interactions with the public is already so well known that early primary state players are working to DeSantis-proof their events. All the chatter is stirring old stories about new concerns about the governor's social skills. One ACT staffer saying, quote, he would sit in meetings and eat in front of people, always like a starving animal who has never eaten before, getting stuff everywhere. According to 2 sources familiar with the incident, during a private plane flight 4 years ago, DeSantis enjoyed a chocolate pudding dessert by eating it with 3 of his fingers.
Like, the reader can't even not laugh at
David
it.
Plouffe, who served as campaign manager for Barack Obama's 2008 bid,
That's
served
so...
as senior advisor to President Obama, and Sarah Longwell, the publisher of The Bulwark, host of the Focus Group podcast.
It's just so...
sorry,
Echo Boz, that noise in the background is my dog chewing on the bone that is keeping her distracted from interrupting. I'm sorry.
Every time I eat, I find this actually somewhat relatable, though I don't... Putting with the fingers is a bridge too far. But I do wonder, David, generally, so many rules of campaigning have been thrown out, whether interpersonal, unscripted interactions, pressing the flesh, the traditional stuff of campaigning still matters, do you think?
I don't like the term pressing the flesh.
I think it does,
that
particularly in a state
seems
like
so...
on the Democratic side.
It's very Hellraiser coded to me. Zeddyberg, thank you very much for gifting a tier 1 sub. Zetterbergy, sorry, I mixed that up. To Renaroo96.
He liked the theater of the stage, not the intimacy of diners and, main streets. So that worked for him back in 2016. But I think for DeSantis, if he's going to run a winning campaign and run the gauntlet of primary
which,
states,
there's no way in hell.
Like
I don't know what happens. Trump obviously got... Let me see if I can find, a hot take on Trump getting arrested. Matt Walsh is my go-to because he always says some... Yeah, there we go. He always says some dumb shit. Trump is officially arrested for crimes that don't exist. I think
Today
this
on the
will
Matt
be a
Walsh
good
Show,
way.
Donald Trump was officially arrested and arraigned on 34 criminal charges in New York yesterday, yet even after arresting Trump, the Manhattan DA...
All right, let's skip that, his intro.
If we lived in an alternate universe where politicians are so despised and so scrutinized that we always look for any excuse to charge them with crimes. I mean, imagine a bizarro world version of the United States where former...
Maddie Sway, where can you find my stand-up? I post some of it on Twitter, and I post mostly on my Instagram. So at the end of most videos, you'll see off to the left, it'll say @SlasherModel and @DomainDead on Twitter. And JD Cake, thank you very much for following and subscribing with Prime.
Presidents are constantly getting handcuffed and tossed behind bars, where that's like that's the going away present for a president, is that we end up arresting you for something. And high-ranking politicians are made to...
Unironically, most presidents should probably be arrested for like war crimes, if nothing else.
To live in constant fear that maybe they crossed the line somewhere and they're going to be prosecuted. That sort of world, that sort of country, I think would be very good and I would enjoy it. But that's not the country we live in. In our reality, the political elites are effectively above the law. They're so above the law, in fact, that's...
Okay, except they're not. Because Trump is getting, like, what's your point here, Matt? They're finally putting him away.
Just as one example, a global sex trafficking pedophile can be arrested and then can, quote unquote, commit suicide, big air quotes around that, in prison, leaving behind a detailed ledger of every prominent figure and politician he ever, is.
Which included Trump. Are you really going to open this? Are you going to open this way? That like, oh, I mean, hey, isn't it weird how nobody knows what happened to Epstein? I'm doing like a Trump thing with my hands. I don't know why. Isn't it weird how nobody knows what happened to Epstein and all these people were listed in the ledger, but Donald Trump is innocent? Is that how this is going to go? Damn, dude. All right, let's go. Yeah, I'm going to skedaddle through this a little bit.
The self-promoting district attorney who will tear the country apart just to make a name for himself. And on that score, he's already succeeded. He is certainly nationally recognized now, except that he's recognized as a national disgrace. I mean, this case is such a joke that you can even turn on CNN to hear detailed criticisms of it. So just as one example, here's John Bolton, not a Trump fan, to put it mildly, on a CNN panel explaining why the indictment distresses him. Listen.
Big picture, what do you think of the indictment?
Well, speaking as someone who very strongly does not want Donald Trump to get the Republican presidential nomination, I'm extraordinarily distressed by this document. I think this is even weaker than I feared it would be. And I think it's easily subject to being dismissed or a quick acquittal for Trump. Just speaking, going back to the days when I represented Jim Buckley and Gene McCarthy and the constitutional challenge to the underlying federal statute here passed in 1974, I can say there is no basis in the statutory language to say that Trump's behavior forms either a contribution or an expenditure under federal law, the two key definitions at issue.
He couldn't explain the crime in the press conference that he held after the arraignment. Listen to this.
Why did Donald Trump repeatedly make these false statements? The evidence will show that he did so to cover up crimes relating to the 2016 election.
Sorry, I muted for a second. He did. He like, everybody knows that Trump has done crimes for like years. It has been an open secret, even among conservative sources. When he first got in the race, Alex Jones, who was now all over that Trump D, has been, for years was like, oh, and Donald Trump is in bed with the mafia and all these other people. Like, everybody knows Trump is a criminal. Matt doesn't like it and is singling this guy out because he's a clout chaser. He's trying to make a name on this case. Which I'm sure is completely coincidental, Matt, that he's also black and you have such a personal vendetta against him. Odd how that tends to work out. But yeah, I think, I don't know. Trump is, I really hope he goes to prison just because it would be very funny. Like seeing how people are malding in the chat about, not malding in the chat, but like malding online about like the January 6ers who are still in prison. And they're like, oh, seriously, dog? My dog just lifted my arm and put her bone on the table. Why? Why are you like this? She said, please, hold bone. Thank you. But aside from all that, Trump, hope goes to prison. Yeah. Other than that, it has been just one heck of a year across politics, across media. Personally, for me, Like, it's been ridiculous, and I am glad that everybody has been here to relive. So hopefully we were able to laugh at some of these very political stories and these very controversial developments, and because as much as I think a lot of people like to catastrophize about like the state of rights in America and the state of politics and everything. Dog is here to sniff. Dog says heel up. There you go. Here. There's your bone. Dog. As much as people like to catastrophize about like the state of politics in America, it is still good, I guess, to know, especially in the case of people like George Santos, Steven Crowder, Tucker Carlson, Donald Trump, that there are always going to be people whose reach exceeds their grasp, and other people are going to call them on their bullshit, and they're just going to hopefully fade away into obscurity. That probably won't happen, but I think all together we can at least hope that their influence is limited compared to what it was once, what it once was. Altogether, I think we can hope that their influence is limited compared to what it once was. Oh, Sololander, I mean, I made that video in 2023, my hate church infiltration video. What kind of dog do I have? I have a Pit Lab mix. Pit Lab and probably some other stuff too. Trans girl Jade. Doggo give bone, taco trust human with bone. She loves me so much. I love this dog. She's a very good dog. Very good dog. But I have a couple other things to look at. Because while it has been an absolute year. Why? Oh, there it is. What else do I have here? I have... Why did I... Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Okay. No, I won't do that one yet. There's the real Star Wars theory thing, which is like, I don't know, dumb drama. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. So, we're going to do Matt Walsh saying why, Disney villains are good. We'll do that first. And then I have a new internet weirdo that I've stumbled upon that I know nothing about. And then I have... I hate whatever is happening here already. I hate when Daily Wire tries to be like smart and smarmy and clever. It's so cringe. I have probably to finish out the video. I have a hate church sermon because we haven't done one in. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. Math Magician 26. Thank you for subscribing. It is, yeah. It's not like an all-time banger hate church sermon, but it is a good reminder of why we dislike them and why they are so inherently just like stupid in everything they say and do. Oh, and thank you, Uchronian, for hanging out. I have no idea. We're going to find out. Mithril, thank you very much for super chatting. 10. I have nothing interesting to say, so I'm happy to give a dono in appreciation of your work. I appreciate you so much. Let's see what Matt Walsh thinks of why certain Disney villains are right. Because I'm sure he... By the way, this is the guy, again, who did not understand No Country for Old Men. Says it's one of his favorite movies, but had to watch it apparently 3 times to get the ending. Why? Whoa.
So we all know that Disney movies these days are hopelessly woke and basically...
Whoa. What is going on here? Jesus. So we all know Disney movies these days are hopelessly woke. He shows a Marvel movie, which is technically Disney, but like not
awful in every way.
Shows Turning Red, awful in every way. One of the most like acclaimed animated films of the last couple years. Okay, dude.
Narcissist. Weird.
And that's why most people.
Yeah, no, Trans Girl Jade, I was watching Keffels before this, but I'm kind of tired of all the drama, so I hopped over to get away from it. I appreciate that. I'm glad I'm able to be a bastion of safety to get away from the weird drama that continues to happen.
Think back fondly to like the old days at Disney. They pine for the classics. I understand that mentality, but the truth is that even older Disney movies have issues. The problem is that in those films, in many cases, the alleged villains are treated, I think, very unfairly. They get a bad rap. And many.
I wonder why Matt Walsh would think the villains of a story are treated unfairly. Even if this is a bit, also, I loathe the stupid stock asset music they have behind. Like they're really trying to spice up the editing here, and it's like the music does not fit what like tone they're trying to go for.
Cases they are misunderstood, misconstrued.
I only wanted to help.
And look, maybe it's just my overabundance of empathy and compassion. You know, it gets me into a lot of trouble sometimes, and maybe that's what allows me to see it this way. But either way, today in this very important video, we're going to talk about Disney villains who were actually right all along. So we'll go through 5 movies. Number 1 is Bambi.
Wake up. We have company.
Now, first of all, I've never met a child who actually likes this movie. I don't know anyone my age who liked Bambi growing up. Bambi is one of the weakest films in the Disney canon.
God, he's so wrong about literally everything.
Yet it's viewed as a classic because it happened to be released in the 40s, although it could have been released last year based on the fact that the villains in this movie are the hunters who shot Bambi's mom.
It's almost like villains have commonalities across time because people see bad things the same. I don't know, Matt. That could just be me. Also, like, Bambi, the reason that it's a classic is because it was a masterpiece of animation, of craftsmanship. When you look at a lot of the classic Disney movies, and even all the way back to the 90s, the reason they're so beloved... Oh, the music while he was talking. Okay, sorry, Krenna. I didn't see that. Like, it's... The thing that makes those films so enrapturing, still, is the sheer level of craftsmanship on display from the animators, the painters, the backdrops, all that stuff. Classic Disney is a lot like watching classic Miyazaki in a lot of ways, where you are just like enraptured by what is almost artistic perfection. Thank you, dog. Yeah, each frame, like you are watching something that was animated by hand. Every frame, there was no interpolating, there was no CG. Every frame was drawn by hand. Like, and it doesn't surprise me that a anti-artistic troglodyte like Matt doesn't get that, but you know.
No hasty, careless shooting. There you are, fire away. Oh, good shot, boy, good shot.
But they were obviously entirely justified in doing so. First of all, because venison is delicious. Those hunters, I'm guessing, made some great venison steaks, maybe some deer jerky.
Tea with Goblins is used 100 bits. I bet dollars to donuts that the governor villain from Pocahontas and Frollo are going to be on Walsh's list.
If anyone had explained
if he puts Frollo on the list, I'm gonna
deer populations
lose it. I'm gonna lose it. Also, he's talking about God, he's so fucking boring and stupid. All right, number 2, The Lion King. He's gonna say Scar is he's gonna say Lion Hamlet.
I'm not saying that Scar is the good guy in that film. I'm not justifying what he did. Like killing your brother, trying to kill your nephew is inappropriate.
Don't insult troglodytes like that.
But all I'm saying is that, I think the character deserves a bit more sympathy than he gets. For one thing, his name is Scar. Okay? I don't want to get into the nature versus nurture debate, but when you name your child Scar, you can't complain when he becomes a villain. Especially if we have one kid that you name Mufasa. Yeah, that strong name. Mufasa. Ooh. The other one you name Scar.
What'll that
Patrick
make
W. doing a super chat, $5. The villains were good guys, actually. Matt watching Raiders of the Lost Ark. Unironically, probably.
Monkey's uncle.
So what did you expect? Also, I'm not saying that Mufasa deserves to be thrown off a cliff, but there's a fundamental, like, moral dishonesty to Mufasa that I always found deeply troubling, even as a child, the first time I saw it. I even said to my parents, there's a fundamental moral dishonesty in this film, Mom and Dad. I said that to them. And here's why. He eats his own subjects. Okay, 1 minute, they're all celebrating the birth of his son. You know, they're bringing gifts or whatever, they're cheering.
Hey, what's the song at the beginning called, Matt? That might explain the hierarchy, the ecosystem of the Lion King and how it all interweaves and tangles together. It's almost like some kind of, you know, cyclical, like a cycle of living or something. No, that's not it. It's like a rotation of sustenance. What? Gosh, it's just not coming to me. If only the movie explained this clearly. If only this children's cartoon explained these concepts. Alas.
They don't show this in the film, but Mufasa is hunting them down and consuming them. And by the way, lions eat their prey alive. That's how lions eat. That's how Mufasa treated his subjects. And then he has the audacity to get all high and mighty towards Scar. Like, you can understand Scar's resentment.
I hate this editing. This is so terrible.
It in the movie. So Simba asks his dad,
Dad, don't we eat the antelope?
They were just at our baby shower, and now, like, we eat them. And that's kind of not cool.
Cringe,
and Mufasa says, well, son, that's okay because it's part of the circle of life.
When we die, our bodies become the grass, and the antelope eat the grass.
Pocahontas, number 3.
That is not the same thing at all. That is
boy.
not an even trade. So give me a break. And also, your body doesn't even become grass, so that's bullshit to begin with. And I'm not holding it against the lion for being a lion. I'm just saying that there's arguably a certain intellectual integrity in Scar's outlook and behavior that you don't find with Mufasa. That's my point. Number 3 is Pocahontas. This is an obvious one. The villains in this movie are the evil white Europeans who are portrayed as brutal, greedy barbarians oppressing the innocent.
Dude. Unfucking real, man. Unbelievable.
Innocent Native Americans who are all kind and generous and so in touch with nature that they can literally talk to the trees.
Child.
Somehow everybody speaks perfect English, including the trees. This is like the noble savage myth put to film. It's also really, we talk about wokeness in Disney films. This was the beginning of Disney's long march into wokeness.
Jesus Christ.
So you could argue
how
that
dare
march
you use the
began with
Godzilla
vegetarian
sound effect.
propaganda of Bambi, but in any case, the white settlers in reality were courageous and intrepid pioneers.
Jesus.
We'll build roads and
The
decent...
white settlers in reality were intrepid and brave pioneers. God, you dipshit.
houses and...
Our houses are fine.
You think that, only because you don't know any better.
So that's an easy one. Number 4 is Snow
Yeah,
White.
better
Now,
not
this is
talk
another
anymore
case where
there.
I'm not so much claiming that the evil queen was wholly justified in her actions. I'm simply suggesting that the situation is a bit more nuanced. There's some nuance. There's some complexity.
You have
okay?
literally no concept of
Did
nuance.
Snow White deserve to be poisoned with an apple? No. But does she also bear some responsibility for eating an apple offered to her by a random old woman who showed up at her window?
Yeah, so, like somebody in the chat just said it. Like
Yes,
I fully think this is rage bait. This is fully like this is just Matt and another Daily Wire thing, and they do this all the time with like Ben Shapiro, where they'll be like, "Oh, Matt and Ben talk about their favorite movies," or Matt thinks Ben is wrong about his favorite movies, and it's just because Matt is known as an unlikable curmudgeon dickhead. Like he is just known as somebody who is like constantly arguing against everybody else. And so they make this kind of content. However, that being said, I fully believe that he like doesn't show his kids Pocahontas because he thinks it's like woke garbage. Like don't get it twisted. I fully think that. And I do want to see the Beauty and the Beast. Yeah, no, it's just something to generate clicks and shits.
I consider it to be one of the most important issues that I discuss. It probably deserves to be the subject of its own documentary. Gaston is the quintessential villain who was actually the hero of the story.
Hello, Beth.
Gaston, famously the hero of the story.
Oh.
Bonjour, Gaston.
And I will insist on this until my dying breath. We're supposed to hate Gaston from the beginning because why? He's manly and in good shape? He eats a lot of eggs? Is that his crime? What has he done wrong?
It's not right for a woman to read. Soon she starts getting ideas and thinking.
They never explain it. And the anti-Gaston propaganda is laid on thick from the very beginning, but even in spite of that,
see, like, yeah, they're laying it on the way it's edited right now. Like, it is far more clear with this one that, like, even if Matt does believe this stuff, they are like the entire thing has been edited to be a joke. Like, this is not sincere. Obviously, it's not sincere criticism. Like, Matt doesn't know how to critique something, but like, yeah, this is dumb, I'm gonna say, which shouldn't be surprising because Matt Walsh himself is dumb. But yes, I at least wanted to. Oh, hello, dog. Hello, dog. Hello. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Can chat see pup? Can chat see pup? Can chat see pup? Come on, uppies, uppies. Oh, you can barely see dog. Okay. Yeah, I think that's just totally like for attention. I don't think at all that that's that these are genuine opinions. I think this is just another, and the editing seems to suggest as much, that this is just another attempt by Daily Wire to try and get as much like rage bait as they can. Like, whatever. I mean, hey, they got my click. Assholes. But we have, I wanted to share this because I saw this and I know nothing about this person. Gail Cord Schuler. But I saw her channel and I was immediately entranced. I immediately said, Self, we gotta look at this for oh, Vampy Liony, been a fan of your YouTube content for a while. It's nice to be here live. I am glad to have you. Tea with Goblins, use 100 bits. No one grumps like Matt Walsh. Sims for Trump like Matt Walsh, then post-conservative clickbait like Matt Walsh. He's especially fond of the patriarchy. My, what a guy. Fuck Matt Walsh. So this... I know, I don't know who this is. Like, I have no idea. But the title alone, dealing with Lizzo Jesuits, it instilled confidence in me. You know, I was like, I was like, okay, well, this is, oh, dog. What? I love you. Yes, I do. I love you, pup. Dog, I'm gonna have to put you in kitchen. I cannot wrestle with you right now. Do you have ball? Do you have your ball? Go get ball. Go get ball. Wait, what about Persephone? There's always required to be 34 random objects in the background of Daily Wire. Oh my gosh, yeah, no, search Daily Wire Rule 34. Oh my gosh. That's so crazy. We should do that sometime, guys. I do love a really out there person. I feel like it'll be a good cleanser, I hope, for more serious political stuff, and then we'll be able to go into the last hate church sermon of the year, where we'll hear about why women aren't as good as men. So we have that to look forward to.
It's time to make a YouTube video. Actually, I'm a day late, but I kind of like made one on Wednesday because I was on the Drunken Peasants for 3 hours. It's a really cool interview, and I'll have a link to my webpage where you can check it out, where I talked about a lot of important stuff. Somebody commented at the bottom of my last video.
I know, Hope and Decay.
And he said, it's a shame that you don't have a car. You could possibly rent one, and we miss.
All right, I'm gonna
the brakes
skip
were
a little bit. Okay.
And
if we're just talking about car, I need to get to what is why Lizzo Jesuits
coming your way. Yeah, but if you're inside of a car and you're in the middle of traffic, you're stuck.
Still talking about cars.
That's why I do not like cars right now. In my opinion, it probably would not be safe for me to drive until we defeat the Jesuits. I really feel that way. Yeah. They're obsessed with me. I mean, as soon as I go out the door, like, you might say, well, it's not safe as a pedestrian either.
I'm listening.
You know, to be honest with you,
have to defeat the Jesuits to drive a car.
It's not safe, period. I mean, but you can't lock yourself up in your house all day, okay? You got to go out and live life. You got to go get your food. You got to do what you got to. I have to do the Gale commandments. I'm not going to let them. And besides, you're not even safe in your house. They've tried to shoot missiles here. So the only thing you can do is do the Gale commandments. I figure since I have to do
this is giving
anyway,
Ukrainian. This is giving big Ramana Didalo vibes.
Walk every day outdoors unless it's raining or the weather's really bad.
That does look delicious. Fuck.
Delicious breakfast. Might as well do it shopping. So I shop every day just about. Kind of like how they do in a lot of other countries like Japan and Europe. They shop for food just about every day.
Tell me more about the Jesuits.
Yeah, I'm getting along fine without a car. You might say, well, you sure complained about the bus system on your last video.
Okay, I'm gonna go a little bit
like
more.
I am. And to be honest with you, even
2004
though
was Gail a
2004
Alex Jones guest? Hello, dog. Hello.
And make life more difficult for me. I mean, I actually am in an ideal location, centrally located.
The rune tattoo means be
easy
just.
access to all my favorite stores. But basically, what she's done is she seems to have infiltrated the bus system here, where I can still survive without a car. It's just that a lot of my favorite stores, I'll probably have to do more walking now. Yeah, that's the main difference. Yeah.
All right, I need...
The way that where it was real easy for me to get to the Walmart's really close to me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to catch Route 8.
This is not what I thought it would be.
Lo and behold, within 10 minutes, 9 people lit up, including like one little lady in a handicapped scooter, several older blacks, some young blacks, some white people, about 10 people.
Easy there, Gail. Hang on.
10 people. This bus, and about 20 people were going to board the bus, okay?
That looks like a Starfleet logo in the back.
I told Brent, there are Lizzo Jesuits here. That is too many, okay? Half of them were smoking. I said, Brent, there's Lizzo Jesuits here. I just said it right out loud. And one lady came to me and said, well, if you...
Wait. Brett Spiner Data from Star Trek? Brett Spiner? And is that... I'm just putting this together now. That is a Starfleet Academy logo, or I guess just a Starfleet logo back there. A bunch of psycho fan fiction about Brett Spiner. And so she believes that she can psychically communicate with the actor from Star Trek.
You don't. I said, yeah, it's kind of funny that we got so many that have to ride this bus when I'm boarding because they know I'm getting on. And look how many of them are smoking. Lizzo Jesuits. And one.
Lizzo, what is a Lizzo Jesuit? I do not understand this. Yeah, luck draw. I think I'm there too. I was hoping for something. This is just kind of a little bit more. I don't know. This is like more sad than I was thinking. I was hoping for some like deep conspiracy stuff. But Smutty Baba, you might be right. You might be right. That seems like a real time cube day type stuff, type of thing. Get on with that. Which we don't worry. We'll get on with Time Cube. Like I know we will. Honestly, somebody in the chat keeps asking, "What's a Jesuit?" I still don't know. Hello, dog. Hello. Doggo. Dog. I love you so much. I'm like doing a thing on the internet right now. Do you want to come say hi? Yes. Come on. Come here. Oh yeah. Okay, I'm gonna pick you up so you can say hi. Come here. We're gonna get dog on cam. Say hi to chat, dog. Say hi to chat. You want to sit on chair? Nope. She does not want to sit on chair. I don't have anything for you. You're being a goof. You're being a goofus. Yes, you are. You're being the goofiest. You're being the goofiest dog in the world. You're being a goofus. You're being a goofus. Where's your bone? You get bone? Go get bone. Bone. No. Don't bark. Good. That's good. Go get bone. Streaming, I forgot how attractive you are. I've been on camera the whole time. And she brings me, good girl, that's bone. Oh, no. There you go. Oh, good girl. Okay, got your thing caught in my mesh. Cheer 100 with the fuzz emote. Thank you very much. I love hearing people talk to their pets. It's like the least dignified thing ever, and it makes my heart sing with the wholesomeness. This dog is so goofy. They got involved in some politics in the early modern period, so church censored them. They've been a major target of conspiracy theorizing ever since. Okay, so it sounds like Jesuits, I'm not super well versed in Jesuits, but it sounds like Jesuits are, not that they're similar to, but they are like for conspiracy circles, similar to like Freemasons or, Freemasons and what else? There's another one that is like, not the Jews, obviously, but like that gets brought up. It's like, blame them. Maybe I'm thinking of the Rothschilds, which are the Jews. My partner is in chat and she's telling me that everybody, because I showed my outfit off to my partners before I started the stream, and they both were like, oh my god, you look so cute and so hot, and my partner was like, oh, stream chat is going to be thirsty tonight. So I guess you were right. But let's get into last video for the night, and this is going to be a heck of a one. We have the church, the hate church hasn't been doing they haven't been putting out a lot of bangers lately. And that's on them. I've been keeping tabs on them. I watch their stuff, every now and again. It just hasn't been great. Like they've been putting out mid a lot. And I'm not about showing that off. So instead of watching a lot of their stuff, I've been kind of Bilderbergs, Trans Emerson, that's who. Sorry. It is talk. Like, instead of just, putting everybody through the same crap over and over, I haven't done anything, but I feel like we've had such a long time without it, and especially to kind of close out the year and do an end of year stream, I just wanted to reflect a little bit on the hate church, because I feel like I owe them a lot. Obviously the video of infiltrating the hate church was that thing that kind of put my channel on the map, watching their future stuff, or the stuff that, came after that, and commentating on it helped the channel blow up even further. So it's been a big year, and they, I owe them this little bit of coverage, if nothing else. So I wanted to talk about why, or how the hate church specifically hates women. Yes, Gambit, I did the research. I continue to do research to spare everybody else. So I've been watching so much Nick Fuentes shit lately.
Amen. Next, we're in 1 Corinthians chapter 11. And I'm actually preaching out of Exodus 28, which is going to be what I'm preaching out of tonight, too. So I didn't want to have it read twice today. But I'm preaching a 2-part sermon today about the priest's garments. Now, I could probably spend a lot more time in this passage in Exodus. So go ahead and turn to Exodus 28.
If you're listening to this and you're thinking, God, why does he sound so slow? It's because we usually listen to this guy on 1.75 to 2.5. Not 2.5, but to 2.0 speed.
1 Corinthians chapter 11. But Exodus 28 is 43 verses.
Oh, I'm sure. Here's the thing.
I
think eventually, like when I get bigger, eventually they will be likely pissed that I got started with them. If I don't find a way to get them shut down in a more concrete way, especially with some of the bigger stuff I have coming up soon. Audacity review from Ray Comfort. What was that? I think, oh gosh, you might be right. Oh, yeah. Oh, That, Oh, you know what? I think Kaylin did. Oh, I think you, yeah, Kaylin, yes, it's literally the third one down. Okay. Then I will let that stew for a little bit because Kaylin just did it and I don't want to read there. I mean, I do it. It's a whole anyway. If Kaylin's watching, I'm so sorry. Kizzy Zizler has super chatted $49.99. Good gravy. Keep doing what you do. Never give up. Never surrender. Thank you so much. I appreciate it a bunch. I appreciate it so much. All of the everything has been so wonderful and helpful right now. Who's thirsty now? Trans? Oh, leave me alone. Stop it.
Tough to cover that just in one sermon.
What's a lemon fic? Wait, I don't want to know. Never mind.
Especially when I'm only covering 4 verses of it in the first sermon. So, but my first message out of Exodus 28 is actually
pump this up a little bit.
Going to be more of a preachy style sermon. It's not going to be necessarily a Bible study-ish style sermon.
It's amazing. 1.5 times sounds right. But here's the thing. I just realized that so do you ever do like you ever play music when you're playing a video game or you watch a movie or something when you're playing a game and now you mentally track audio from that experience with the game? And I've done that for years. Like I conflate Swedish metal band Lordi with Dead Rising for middle school reasons. Similarly to Dragon Force, the Fire in the Flames album, I conflate to Call of Duty 4, middle school reasons. For these guys, I do the same thing with the Quake 2 remake, and I feel like that's just oddly fitting. Because I was playing through Quake 2 when I was listening to, during all of the, like when they would put out new hate church sermons, and I would listen to all of them from every week, the ones that eventually went in the video, and I had to catalog them all. I would listen to a bunch of them on like 1.5 to 2.5 speed, not 2.5, again, 1.5 to 2 times speed. And I Quake 2 is just like on the mind. It's a weird thing to conflate with this guy's voice.
Well, although every sermon I preach usually has a lot of Bible in it. So, but I want to preach on 3 specific subjects that are, and 2 of the subjects are probably going to piss people off, but it's the Bible. So the Bible just upsets people anyway, and you could probably just close your eyes and turn to a chapter, and the world's going to get upset with whatever's in that chapter. And then so-called Christians will get upset about what's in that chapter, and then sometimes even real Christians get upset about what's in that chapter. So we don't want to, we want to take God's word at face value, and obviously my opinions are my own opinions, but the Bible says what it says, and people shouldn't get upset about those things. And which brings me to my first point. And let's look at Exodus 28 verse 1. And my first point is that the priests were purely men in the Old Testament, and in the New Testament, the leaders of the
guys, do you know that women aren't as good as doing things as men's? Men's are good at doing stuff better than the women folk.
Church are men, purely men. It's not women. So look at Exodus 28 verse 1. It says, "And take thou unto thee Aaron thy brother and his sons with him." So obviously Aaron's a man, his sons are men. "From among the children of Israel, that he may minister unto me in the priest office." So the priest office is an actual position, and God is saying that they're supposed to be specific people, and these specific people are supposed to be men that have this office. It says even Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar, Aaron's sons. So they're specific people, but the first point I wanted to make is that the priests in the Old Testament were purely men, and in the New Testament that does not change. Now I understand that the Bible says that there's neither male nor female, and that's when it comes to salvation or who God loves the most. God loves everybody the most. He loves men and women equally. He doesn't just love only men, but God does have an order of things, and the order of things is that men lead. And that's the way it is in the home. That's the way it's supposed to be in the government. It's supposed to be that way in the home. It's supposed to be that way in the government, and it's supposed to be that way in the church. Now, this world has gone topsy-turvy and inside and out, and there's a lot of things in this world that are just not the way that they're supposed to be. But in God,
I've already forgotten how much of a banger this one was. Sion Gates, thank you very much. Super chatting $9.99. I love the tint in your glasses. Also, you're the best. Thank you. I wish I could say that the glasses were coordinated with the lipstick in the kind of gold tint, but they're just, like I said, they're just my blue light glasses. And if you guys have been noticing, I've been playing with my little Lego Sonic figures all night. I've been like stimming off of my little Sonic minifigs. So if you're wondering what's in my hand, that's what it is.
God's perfect world, which someday will be, then things are going to be set right. And in this chapter, God is clearly laying out that his priests are supposed to be men. So, and that is not downgrading women. That's just how it is. So,
that's literally
the office
what
of a priest is a full-time position, and they were the offerings that came in were used to support those men. But let's look at Genesis chapter 3 verse 16 now. Go ahead and turn to Genesis chapter 3 verse 16. So why is it that men are the ones that are supposed to be in leadership?
Wait, whoa. I mean, Certified Ninja, what are your thoughts on the war between blueberries and raspberries? Do you think the Raspberries clan have their honor restored, or the blueberries will retain control of the fruit fields? My thoughts are, I love a good raspberry juice. No, I love a good cranberry juice. Raspberries are fine, but if we're talking blueberries or raspberries, yo, fuck raspberries. Blueberries all day. Like, I cannot be, like, more clear. I cannot buy blueberries because I will buy, like, a carton of blueberries and eat the whole fucking thing in one day. I have no blueberry self-control. I do not know why. I'm not, like, bad with food. Like, I'm not bad with, like, self-control. Blueberries, however, are just so delicious that I cannot keep myself away from them. It's the Tism babes. Do I know we're getting more Lego Sonic sets? Hell yeah, I do, Stealing. There's a Lego store that just opened up like near my house, like a 10-minute walk away. And come January 1st, I am getting that Knuckles and Rouge. And maybe some other ones. But yes, I do. I am well aware. Luxron, now I need to find a new streamer. I'm sorry. I like cranberries are fine. Or no, not cranberries. Raspberries are fine. Blueberries? I'll fuck up a blueberry. Like I don't care. I love a blueberry.
It does go back to the curse. It goes back to the curse, and people will say, well, why are the men leaders? Well, the Bible explains it to us in Genesis 3:16. It says, and this is not a very popular 3:16 verse. Most of the 3:16 verses are, but this is not one that's popular. It says, unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. So,
God, that's so fucked up to hear. Like, imagine the little girls in the crowd listening to that and hearing, yeah, you're going to be really sad and it's going to suck when you bear kids, and then you're going to have to just like agree to do whatever your husband says. That's essentially what they're saying there. And that's God's will. God, that's
Who is supposed to be the ruler in the home when it comes to the husband and wife relationship? Yep. So, you have that term, who wears the pants in the family? It's supposed to be the man that wears the pants in the family, okay? So the man is supposed to rule over the home, and it's supposed to be a benevolent dictatorship. Obviously, I'm not condoning men beating their wives or mistreating their wives, but someone has to be the boss of the home. It can't be a 50-50.
Here's the thing, Aaron. I don't think anybody should proceed with a sentence like this, for example. Now, obviously, I'm not for beating wives, but like there shouldn't be a but there anywhere. And it certainly shouldn't be, but somebody's got to take control. Like, I like a BlackBerry.
In the 60s and 70s, and everything went crazy in this country, and rules got reversed. And now, it's so crazy now that they have like even Disney has like changed all their superheroes are all women now. They've destroyed all.
I forget how clear it is that he just gets so many of his opinions off like YouTube and Rumble, because like he's literally going to spout a quartering talking point here.
All their own franchises, like they're bankrupting themselves on purpose. They call the Marvel Universe now the MCU.
That's so funny. Also, not something that Disney did. That's something that chuds on the internet decided was clever enough to go with, but whatever.
And they destroyed the Star Wars franchise and made that all women, and it just it's almost like someone's paying.
It's not like the most popular Star Wars property right now, The Mandalorian. The main character is a man, DeLorean. In fact, I would say it's pretty obvious. Man's right in the name. Mighty Mulatto donated $2 through Super Chat. Deborah in Bible was a judge and a military leader. Oh, I doubt he knows that.
Some shadow organization is just paying people to destroy society by making everything about women. I mean, even women's sports is being destroyed by men saying that they're women, and then they're smashing all their records, and nobody's supposed to say anything.
Okay, but you were just talking about how much everything is being made about women, and that's why it's being ruined. So by your logic, which is not the case, but if trans women were really men going and destroying women's sports, you should be for that. You ding dong? Like, by what you just said. Tea with Goblins used 100 bits. So God sets up the condition where Eve had no capacity to understand the moral choice of eating the apple, but then when she does and gains self-knowledge and the capacity of free choice, all subsequent generations of women are doomed to suffer. Sounds like a book written by and for misogynists. Yeah. When they really go back to the beginning of the Bible and talk about how everything was set up for men and women, and how women, you're supposed to obey men. Like, it really just, it sinks in how much it's all based on just ownership over other people. Aw, Jason is super chatted $5. This is for the dog. Thank you so much, Jason. She appreciates it. Where is she?
It's just, we want to protect women. We want to stand up for women, except for when it comes to sports. And then they a man becomes a woman and then breaks all the records. It's just, it's crazy. But if society would just get back to normative behavior that the Bible spells out, then this place would be a lot more tranquil and a lot more normal, But so the Bible says that the man shall rule over.
God. More normal.
The husband shall rule over.
Yeah, this guy is the definition of normal.
The wife. So now let's go back to 1 Corinthians chapter 11. And, because people will, people just have this weird idea that women are made in the image of God also, but that's actually not true. And you're like, well, I thought I was. Well, you're similar to what a man is, and you're a human being, and you're a woman, but that's not actually what the Bible teaches. So look at 1 Corinthians 11, chapter verse number 2. The Bible says, now I praise you, brethren, that you remember me in all things and keep the ordinances as I delivered them to you. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man. So talking about the leadership,
Jesus.
Right? And the head of Christ is God. Now skip down to verse 7. It says, for a man indeed ought not to cover his head, for as much as he is the image and glory of God. So who's the image and glory of God? A man, right? Is that what it says? But the woman is the glory of the man. So is God the glory of the woman, or is man?
Oh my gosh, Altered Rin has rated with a party of 27.
The man is not of the woman, but the woman.
Thank you so much, Altered Rin. We are just, I'm stimming with my Lego Dr. Robotnik and watching a hate church sermon. No! And watching a hate church sermon talk about why women are not as good as men, and it's mostly because God said so. Yeah. He's the worst. He's the worst. And yeah, no, I have him on 1.75 speed, because check this out. Hang on. Watch him for like 2 minutes, and then I'll put him on normal, and it's going to be intolerable.
Woman of the man. Neither was the man created for the woman, but the woman for the man. And look, that shouldn't upset you. That's just the order of things. And God still loves you. You're not lesser than man, but that's just...
You're literally saying they are, though. The
order of things, that's just how God did things. And look, God is not a woman. But yet, even other religions, and a lot of people say, well, when they refer to God, they'll say, well, she. It's like, no, it's not she. It's he. Amen. It's the male pronoun, he. And so when God made man after his own image, he made him a male. Because God is a male. He's not a female. He's not both parts. He's not a hermaphrodite. He's not, he's not both sexes or whatever. He's a man. He's male pronoun, okay?
You can tell he is definitely not getting, like, deeply defensive and doesn't absolutely base his worth as a man on this issue. Like, he's not mad at all about this. Very normal brain, this guy. Totally normal. Fucking pronouns. Gender ambiguity.
And the Bible teaches that here very
clearly,
doesn't it?
Let's go back to
1 Corinthians chapter 14.
To regular speaking.
I don't know if I read verse 9 in that verse, but in that chapter, but it says, neither was the man created for the woman, but the woman for the man. So, look, I think I did, but God knew it was not good for man to be alone.
See what I'm saying?
So he created a help meet for him. And that means fitting.
Raccoon Girl Mika, thank you for following. Team Goblins has used 185 bits.
And help
as
us.
An AFAB person.
We become one flesh. I'll get to those verses here in a minute. But 1 Corinthians 14.
I'll get to the verses here in a minute. Oh no. Okay. T with Goblins is an AFAB person. I was indeed made the image of God. Ancient terrible beyond the puny moral confines of gender. To look upon my true essence would rend the jelly from the unworthy eye sockets of this man-worm. The non-binary demi-urge rises and demands chud sacrifice. So true, bestie. I love that for you. You're so real for that. Sorry, I've been watching a lot of Drag Race with one of my partners. They've turned me onto it, so now like a bunch of dumb stuff is coming into my lexicon, like just snatching wigs and slay and serving and it's giving.
34. But what I'm really talking about is leadership, though, here.
T and Del, thank you for following.
And I'm trying to explain why it is the way it is. So 1 Corinthians 14:34 says, let your women keep silence in the churches, for it is not permitted unto them to speak, but they are commanded to be under obedience, as also saith the law.
Based and goaded with the sauce.
Now people will say, well, there's no verse that says in the law, in the Old Testament, that they're supposed to be quiet inside the church.
Okay,
but it says that they're supposed to be...
Okay, and this is not the serve that I wanted, so we're going to speed back up. Yes, go off.
Under obedience, doesn't it? And did you know that when people say the law, they're talking about Genesis also?
Bethany Mazer.
Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy.
Thank you
That's the
for
5 books
super chatting
of the law.
$1.99.
Now,
Thank
even
you
though
for doing what you do.
Genesis
Thank
isn't
you for
specifically
doing what you
the
do.
law of
I
Moses, but
appreciate it.
it's considered one of the books of the law. So in Genesis 3:16, it says, "He shall rule over thee." This is what it's talking about. Ruling is, if you rule over someone, they're in obedience under you. And so why would it say they're commanded to be under obedience, as also saith the law? Because that is the rule of law in God's world. That's the way he wants it to be. Now look at verse 35. It says, "And if they will learn anything, let them ask their husbands at home."
Stealing. I've been growing my hair to be more feminine. Any tips? I wish I had any. I'm still kind of just playing it by ear. I used to make sure you have somebody who can help you get a good feminine haircut, because a lot of people, a lot of like kind of baby trans and young, like first coming out and trying to appear more feminine, whether they're non-binary or trans women or whatever, a lot of them go for bangs right away, which is not advisable. And a lot of them don't know how to care for their hair. And so you see a lot of and this follows a lot of trans girls all the way through, and nobody's blaming them for it, because for most trans people, we don't get like the same socialization as a lot of girls, where we don't get, makeup tips in high school, and we don't get like curling irons and our moms to show us things and stuff like that. So it's a lot harder to know those things. But if you go looking, there are guides out there for how to treat your hair, especially if you have like very dense or frizzy hair, like what shampoos you want to use, what kind of like defrizzing spray, stuff like that, because those are the things that really make like such a massive difference. It's just like how you wash your hair, how you're taking care of it, how much you're treating it, learning how to like properly straighten it and condition it. And it's not like, I don't want to say that it's like, oh, you have to do this to pass, because passing shouldn't be the goal, but it should be more what makes you happy. And when you're going into like trying to appear more of one way, even if you don't know it yet, you have an idea of what you want to appear as. And when you don't know how to get there, it can be very frustrating and very demoralizing. And so like if you get to a point where that's something that's really bothering you, concerning you, like try different things, but also you're going to have to learn. And unfortunately, a lot of the things here, it's just trying and failing, experimenting, which is again, that's a very hard thing to do. It's, any trans person, any trans girl especially, can tell you if they've tried or if they haven't had somebody to show them how to do makeup properly. It's intimidating as hell, because you have no idea what the rules are. All you really have to go off of is what you can see. Unless you look up makeup tutorials and stuff, which another thing, totally recommend. Don't just look up one, look up multiples, because you're going to find different things that work for you. Yeah, sorry, that went off into a whole thing, but I would recommend learning how to properly treat hair above anything else, above working with cuts, because here's the thing. When you know how to properly treat your hair, and like my hair is a little bit frizzy. I need to wash it in a day or two probably. And I haven't straightened it, but it's okay. I'm waiting to grow it out a little bit more before I bleach it. But when you get to know your hair a little bit better, it opens up different opportunities for how those haircuts are going to look. And then that's the important thing, is that you need a foundation to build off of, is I guess what I'm trying to say there. But yes, anyway, sorry. That was a fun little Maeve Money. Makeup is not scary, honey. We love makeup. Makeup is good. Everybody loves makeup. Makeup is incredibly fun, and well, like I was saying about makeup, like every trans person has had an experience with makeup, like trying it for the first time, where you get so excited about it, and when you finally try it in a mirror, you go, oh my God, this is such a nightmare. I look terrible. I'm never doing this again. And it just like can throw you even deeper into dysphoria. But that's, you need to just work on figuring out what works for you. And it's not always going to be, and a lot of it, makeup is something that, you have to do it in small doses. Little goes such a long way. Tea with Goblins, a good powder foundation. I haven't worn foundation for a while, just because I need to find a better foundation. But like mascara, I use very basic eyeliner. Like this look is just penciled eyebrows, eyeshadow, and like some very small liner. And it's just a very like, I was just gonna be on camera, so I wanted to do a little look. Well, Maeve Money, makeup is scary in that way, but in the way that making art is scary, I'm afraid to do it poorly. The only way to do it better is to get better at it. Like and I would say, oh no, my skin, Tea with Goblins, my skin is not perfect. The light is doing wonders for me right now. And I'm going to keep it on this light setting because it makes me look really nice. But also it is the estrogen babes. But I have a couple bumpy patches because I've been going through electrolysis. And that's been fun. Yes, Moogle, that's another good point. You need, like, learning your skin type. If you have an Ulta or Sephora around you, those are really good to go to. No, if I've been considering trying makeup, but I feel like it's too much work for me. Don't feel like it's too much work for you. Makeup, here's the thing. When I started doing makeup, it took me an hour because I was so careful and pristine about everything. And then now I can, if I really want to, it won't be my best work, but I can bust out a fun okay look in like 20 minutes. And that would be kind of like this, like eyebrows, probably no lipstick, then some like one color of shadow, maybe two if I'm feeling frisky, and then some really light liner. But like, if I'm going out for a night and I want to feel frisky, then that I would bring out the whole thing. And that's the other thing, is it, in a way, it's actually almost like jokes. Where if you're working a comedy set, you want to construct every joke so that it can be taken apart like one of those combining transformers, and you can have just a piece on its own that can stand on its own. So if you like I've told my Karen Corbett, and it has a whole prelude, a whole lead in about like, you go over to your white lady friend's house and they have these things and it's like a sign for alcoholism. But if I just need a quick ringer, I can cut off the end of that joke and be like, alcoholism is the only thing in society that we think it's okay to laugh at. You would never go by a sign that says, bless this meth. It's not a crack house, it's a crack home. Like stuff like that. And so that's 30 seconds, I have a punchline. But if I want to make it part of a bigger thing, I can do that too. And makeup is very similar to that, in that now that once you know the basics of it and how it works and fits together, I could spend an hour doing a really great makeup look where I get highlighting and I get foundation and, maybe pick my brows a little bit and really get the brows like perfect and all of that stuff. And maybe do like 3 different tones, like depending on how I want to blend it out, maybe try something entirely different with the eyes and the liner. And, you got mascara and blush and all that stuff. For like a night out, I would do something like that. But for, just going out casually or going out really quick, I would just do something really, really, really light. So it's one of those things that once you have that arsenal, once you've prepared and understand how it all works together, it becomes easier to not just like do it in general, but take what pieces you want and be able to mix and match and have more fun with it. Yes, Dark Excalibur. So what I'm hearing is the use of makeup has a range of escalations akin to fight sequences in Super Sentai. You got it. You nailed it. Exactly. Anyway, let's get back to the hate church now that we've talked about gay stuff.
For it is a shame for women to speak in the church. So is God for women preachers? Yes or no? No, because they're not permitted to speak in the church. Now, people say, it's not like you have to just as soon as you walk in the door, look, this isn't the church. This is the church building. So when you walk in the church building, I don't expect you to zip your lip and not talk. Just, you're just the sign language would be talking anyway. So it's just a different way of talking. But it's talking about during the church services, you're not supposed to be speaking and talking and amening and things like that. During the preaching services, okay, obviously you can sing out to the Lord. We all sing together. If I'm asking you a specific question in before prayer time, how's this thing going or whatever. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to have a woman get up here and tell their testimony. I'm not going to have a woman get up here and preach you a short sermon.
Mind you, don't forget how he was talking just not that long ago about how women, doesn't mean women are worse than men. Women, but come on, dude.
I'm not going to have a woman get up here and preach to other women because the Bible says that that's not, the men are supposed to be the teachers. The men, there's a reason why. But it says,
is there a reason why?
At home, for it's a shame for them to speak in the church. So even to ask a question like that in the middle of a service would be wrong. If you have a question, just go home and ask your husband because they're the ones that are supposed to be your spiritual leaders, and they're supposed to answer that question for you. Now turn to 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 1. 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse number 1. And so really, I'm mainly just kind of focusing in on who's supposed to be in leadership. And, really, there's those spheres of authority. In every sphere, a man is supposed to be leading. So you're like, well, you're a man. You must really just like that you get to be an authority. Well, I didn't make the rules. I just try to follow them to the best of my ability. But you got churches all over the place where there's co-pastors. They'll put their flyers out and they'll say pastor and co-pastor, whatever.
Yeah,
or you'll see on the side of their
you're
little
not worse than
marquee
men.
that says
you're
Pastor
just worse
Joyce
than
whatever, Joyce Myers, and it's just like, how that shouldn't be possible. How is it that a woman is a pastor of a church when they're not even supposed to talk in the church? You're not supposed to speak in the church. 1 Timothy 3:1 says, this is a true saying, if a man desire the office of a bishop, he desireth a good work. Does it say she? No, it's he. If a man desire the office of a bishop. So, and a bishop is an overseer. That's what it means. A bishop is the one that oversees the things in the church. A bishop then must be blameless, the husband of one wife. So, and then so obviously it goes on to give the rest of the qualifications, but you have to be the husband of one wife. So how does that work for a woman? And if the man is supposed to be the spiritual leader of the home, and he's just the leader of the home, period, then how does that work if your pastor is your wife? How does that work? Well, it doesn't work because it's unbiblical and it's wrong. I mean, how does Joyce Myers' husband sleep at night knowing that his wife bosses him around and she's his spiritual leader and probably tells him what to do at home too? I mean, talk about wearing the pants in the family. I mean, her haircut says it all, doesn't it? And that Joker, love that Joker, love that smile. Anyway, so it says,
have a deep, God, he makes such weird references. Sick Batman 89 reference, bro.
Look, skip down to verse 4. It says, one that ruleth well his own house. So one of the qualifications of the bishop is that they rule well their own house. So as a man, you have to rule well your own house to be a bishop. And so it does not just fly in the face of a woman being a pastor. Yes, it does. It says, having his children in subjection with all gravity. And if a man know not how to rule his own house, how shall he take care of the church of God? So you have, if you have women leading, then you're completely out of balance in two areas of your life right here. If a woman is a pastor, she's ruling the house and she's ruling the church, two spheres of life that they're not supposed to be ruling over. And so how is it possible that women are pastors? Well, people just throw the Bible out and they say, see, there's neither male nor female. It's like, that doesn't negate these verses. Right. Show me in the Bible where a woman is a pastor. You can show me places where women lead when men are failing, like Deborah, but she still doesn't lead them into war without Barak going with them. She's like, no, you need to go. And he's like, well, if you go with me. Obviously they lived at a time of, maybe Barak was wearing skinny jeans. I don't know what was going on back then. But he would only go with her. But at least he finally went and they won. But we're in a time right now where men are being portrayed as these soft, weak men, and really it's kind of becoming true. They're feeding soy to the masses.
He's soy pilled. That's so good. That's so good. I love
and
it.
Just, men are apologizing for just existing right now, especially white men.
Who?
Or apologizing for just existing in this world right now.
Who?
And it's getting ridiculous. But we should never apologize for God's word when it says what it says. You see how offensive this is?
It says what it says. You see how offensive this is. It's like, hey, it's the word of God, guys. It says what it says.
Like, when we go out of these walls, this is highly offensive to people. Everything I'm saying right now is super offensive.
offensive possibly, but mostly because of how stupid it is. And how it has no basis in anything except the fact that you say, oh, this is the word of God. This is the way it's all supposed to be. And it's like, no. Like, says who? Your fucking book? I don't care. Like this is the thing that gets me spicy about this stuff is like, if you want to believe this, if you have a wife who is down with this and you are not abusive to them, and this makes you both happy as a relationship, fine, go with God. I don't care. But talking about how we need to take over the government and instill these principles, and this is the way everybody else needs to be forced to live, go fuck yourself. Get fucked. Like, I don't care. Like, at this point, I do not care.
It says, look at verse 11. Or, excuse me, let's turn to 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 11. 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 11. I mean, I've showed you several verses already so far. They're pretty clear, right? 1 Timothy chapter 2, verse 11 says, let the woman learn in silence with all subjection.
God damn.
Be quiet and learn being in subjection. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. So really, God takes a hard stand against women teaching men and taking authority over men at all. Now, let me just caveat this a little bit, all right? Just because you're a man doesn't give you the right to boss around every woman in the world, all right? So don't get this weird mentality that you're the boss of every woman, because you're not. Now, if you're the president or you're the king or something like that, you have some authority over the women that you're in subject.
He has like such a childish view of the world. It's like, oh, if you're president, you're the king, like obviously you're... It's like, who thinks like this? Scarlet Unscripted, thank you for resubscribing for 3 months. Goodness gracious. Use some of those emojis in the chat. And Insane Base, thank you very much for following.
That are subject unto you, but there's still other spheres of authority that you would not have.
The
subject,
baby shouting, Salty Llama, the baby shouting is
you.
so much more interesting than this guy's story.
But yeah, I mean, you're supposed to be, your wife's supposed to be subject unto you, all right, and your children unto you. So I'm not even the boss of all the women in this church. I'm not. Maybe spiritually, and when the things that pertain to church, I am. But even so, the husband has more authority in their lives than I do, way more. Now, when it comes to things that are involved in this church, I do have the authority, but...
Like, again, it just becomes so... When you hear it all laid out like this, it just becomes so clear that so much of this was just men making up rules so they could own women, basically. And people still just believe it. I wonder why. It couldn't be because they have literally nothing else going for them in their life. And if they didn't rely on these old-ass, outdated rules, nobody would want to be with them and nobody would listen to them and they would have literally nothing. Couldn't be that. No.
Husband can go home and say, well, I override that. But there might be consequences to that, when it comes to like things that, if I'm...
The comment about feeding the soy to the masses reminded me of a conspiracy that the U.S. government is putting soy in the foods of other countries to make the men feminine so that they will be too busy porking to defend their country from being attacked. Literally government-sanctioned, weaponized femboys. I'm for it. So these chuds don't like women being educated or working, which means... no female doctors or midwives, which is direct contradiction to their belief that women should be giving birth as often as possible. They just hate women. They are collateral damage to them as long as they are obedient and breeding. Yeah, 100%. 100% Tea with Goblins. Thank you for the 100 biddies as well.
Make a rule and someone just decides to break it and they don't care what I say. Well, there's going to be consequences to that rule, but it doesn't mean, I don't have ultimate authority over people here. This is not a cult. People want to keep calling it that, but that's not what it is. So
it sure does act like one, though.
I suffer not a woman to teach, nor usurp authority over the man, but to be in silence. For Adam was first formed, then Eve. So it explains to us why. For Adam was first formed, then Eve. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression. So, the consequences of Eve being deceived, you can thank her, ladies, is that, she was deceived. And so because she was the one that was deceived by the serpent, Adam was not deceived, then that's why God does not allow women to teach or usurp authority. That was part of the curse. Remember in Genesis chapter 3, that the man will rule over you. So now turn to Genesis 1:26. Genesis chapter 1, verse 26. I kind of saw this argument going on online about talking about something to the effect of how we're not created in God's image, or women are created in God's image. And
so concise.
It flies in the face of Scripture. It just does.
Such a way with words.
But again, I'm not
so
downgrading
eloquent.
women or saying that women are bad or wrong or whatever. You have to teach the Bible in truth. You can't just make it say what you want. And I'm definitely not down on women. I'm married to one. I love women. I have daughters. I have many
I love women. I have daughters. It just reminds me of that one line from Across the Spider-Verse where Peter starts talking, as the father of a daughter and the son of a mother, shut up. And it's just like, that's all I hear. Is it's just like, I don't obviously I don't hate women.
Of course I don't. That's ridiculous.
I know, even movie DJ, even at 1.5 speed, he's so slow,
no.
right?
Oh, you think I'd want my boys to come move back in with me over having my wife at my house? You're crazy. First of all, they eat too much. I couldn't afford them. You know, I'd much more prefer living with my wife for many different reasons, okay?
I love women. Look how many I own.
Genesis 1:26, it says, and God said, let us make man in our image. It's pretty clear, isn't it? Does it say woman? No, it says man in our image, after our likeness. And let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. That's super clear, isn't it? In the image of God created he him, and then it has that semicolon there that says male and female created he them. So it's not saying that he created woman in his image, he's just saying that he...
Oh, okay. See, I thought God used... But you just said God used he, them pronouns. Okay, that's okay.
He created man and woman. But look at verse 26 again. Look how many times it says... man in our image, after our likeness. And then look at verse 27. God created man in his own image. In the image of God created. I mean, it's just like saying it over and over again so we'll get it, that man is created in his image. I mean, isn't that what it's saying? So how can you say that there's actually people saying that we're not created in God's image. The Bible is very clear about this, that men are created in the image of God. Isn't it? I mean, it's super clear. Now look at Genesis chapter 2, verse number 7.
They,
Genesis
them,
chapter
God?
2, verse number 7.
He, them, God?
And don't get away from the overall point that, the
pronouns.
Levites were supposed to be men. The priests of the Lord were supposed to be men. Okay, and then leadership in the New Testament did not change. In the New Testament, the leadership is supposed to be men. And that extends to the home, and it always has been that way, and that extends also to government. And it always has been that way. God didn't put queens up that was not a thing. Anytime there was a queen that tried to rule over, I think it was Athaliah or whatever, what happened to her? She got killed, didn't she? And the only reason why she became queen is because she killed all the royal seed and one escaped. And she was
Baycop 2028 has used 100 bits. God wouldn't use pronouns. What is this woke bullshit? So true, bestie. So true. No, he is.
Then he had Jezebel,
Let's
but I don't think she actually ruled, but she was definitely evil and was killed too. But I mean, in England you had queens ruling at certain points, and they really got away from how things were supposed to be too. But anyway, so Genesis chapter 2 verse 7 says, and the Lord God formed man of the dust. God takes one of Adam's ribs, he does a surgery on him, and the surgery is successful. But the point of the surgery is to make his helpmeet. And it says, and the rib. So, ladies, what are you? Really? You're a McRib. You're a rib, which the Lord God had taken from man.
God, that is so. God, women, what really are you? You're just a rib. Women, you're just a McRib. You're just like literally objectifying women here. By the way, like quite literally reducing them to objects. You're just a rib compared to man. Obviously.
Made he a woman. So that's why you're in the image of man, because you were taken from man. He used the man's DNA to make women, basically. And he created woman and brought her unto the man. And Adam said, this is now bone of my bones and flesh of my flesh. She shall be called woman because she was taken out of man. Therefore shall man leave his father and mother and shall cleave with his wife, and they shall be one flesh.
No, but don't worry, he doesn't
that is
hate
what the Bible
women.
teaches about marriage, that they shall be one flesh. But it makes sense because really Adam pretty much he married his rib, So, but obviously she was her own person with her own conscience, with her own mind, and she ate the first man out of house and home, and then they both together basically destroyed our lives by making us have to die someday. So, but obviously hindsight's 20/20. That fruit looked pretty good or whatever. But really, this is what the Bible teaches about men being in leadership, and that's why. Okay, obviously, men had their own curse too. Sometimes it can be.
My God, tell me about the man curse. What's the man curse? What is as bad as women having to put up with this bullshit? Oh God, no.
It cannot be fun to be the leader, and sometimes as a lady, it's probably nice to be able to say, well, let me ask my husband. My wife does that. Well, let me just ask my husband what he thinks, and it's actually a good thing to do, because maybe you shouldn't make that decision without talking to your husband first, actually. But sometimes it's actually, it's a way to, be able to buffer things that people are trying to throw at you, but also it's just the right thing to do.
What's the curse of men? You were just talking about the man curse.
And women complete the man. That's why God made woman to be a help fitting or meet for the man. And we can't get along without you. This world won't go on without you. The Bible, has a lot of great things to say about women. Jesus hung around.
It's this wanting to have your cake and eat it too. Of like, he's like, oh, the world is great, and like, we can't live without women, but also you're entirely subservient to men because the book says so. So but like, also we love women. I love my daughters and my wife, but also you have to do literally everything I say, and that's crazy how it just worked out that I'm in control of everything and you're just like my slaves. Oh, it's so weird.
With women, they took care of him. They ministered to him. Women have a lot of great things to add to society.
No, the word help meet, I didn't hear that the first time. I just heard it. Help meet is vile. I hate it. I wish it had never entered my eardrums. That sounds like he sounds like an Uruk-hai trying to like get trying to cut a lamb shank or something. Like, help meet.
But being the leader is just not that thing, okay? And you have a lot of great qualities and a lot of great things that you can add to this world and to our lives, and it's just not leadership is not one of those things. That's just something that God put in the laps of men. And men, we need to lead. We need to take up the role that God gave us and lead and be strong leaders, because that's what's lacking today in this world. And we got to push against the MCU type mentality that's going on in this world, where they want to put a gay chick in everything and make it gay and lame, right? So.
He sounds like, God, I haven't watched this in like a week or two, and I only zoomed through some of it. He sounds like such a child. Like, it's so crazy that he's saying, like, Olivia Ann, super chat, $5. The rib only comes once a year, so that's, hey, Olivia Ann, his wife would be lucky to come once a year. Lucky. No, like, it's so... Oh, Larry Fishman, $5 to super chat. I'm 9 months into MTF HRT, loving the effects so far, but when does that extra rib grow in, or do I have to have it surgically installed? Yeah, I think that's like a Marilyn Manson type deal. I forgot what I was gonna say. I got distracted. Sorry.
Anyway, let's move on to point number 2. So point number 1 is let me make sure I'm saying this right. Point number 1 was the priests were purely men only in the Old Testament. They're also in the New Testament. Obviously, we're kings and priests, obviously, unto the Lord our God. And obviously, in the New Testament, the leadership is men only. So now look at number 2. The pedigree of the priest was of the tribe of Levi. There was a specific tribe that was picked. And so the pedigree of the priest had to be of a specific tribe. And if their name was not in the genealogy, even when the Jews' temple was destroyed by...
Bagel Goblin, what did you miss since the beauty talk? We are talking about how much women are worse than men in every way, and men rock. Oh, what I was saying is that his like outlook on everything is just so childish. Like, he's just like, oh, it would be so much better if men and if girls didn't take everything and try and make it gay and lame, and like because men were to make cool stuff and it shouldn't be all made gay and lame. It's so fucking sad. Mighty Mulatto super chat of $5. God needed a rib because Adam wouldn't let his first wife Lilith get on top. What man would refuse a woman doing the work? True.
By the Babylonians, they had to reconcile their genealogy, or they could not be priests and Levites.
I would let Lilith
they were
get
cast
on
out of the
top.
priesthood
That's
because it was so important for them to be of that family, that specific family. So Moses and Aaron are brothers from the tribe of Levi, and Aaron was the high priest, and his 4 sons were also priests that dealt specifically with the service of the tabernacle and the sacrifices. And God chose
Carrie 54678.
He chose the Levites.
Gifting a
Why did he choose them? Does the Bible ever tell us
I hope you
why he chose the
those.
Levites? No, it doesn't really tell us.
Hope
does
you
it?
enjoyed those.
And he
emotes.
divided them specifically.
I'm losing my words here.
He divided the tasks of the Levites to specific family members. And Moses obviously was like the judge of Israel, or he wasn't called the pastor, but he ruled over the children of Israel. He didn't really have necessarily a title, but the judge system was put into place.
Half hour in, 40 minutes in. How much do we want to bet he's still just talking about how much women suck?
God chose Jesus to be the Savior of the world. He didn't say, well, I'm not going to pick my son because I don't want people to accuse me of nepotism. He didn't say, I'm picking the tribe of Levi.
He goes through nepotism in this.
That's because I like Moses better than everybody else. We don't know why he picked them. We don't know why he picked the tribe of Levi, why he picked Aaron, why he picked that certain line, because as far as you can see in the Old Testament, the man Levi wasn't really the greatest guy in the world, was he? He's one of the guys that...
Okay, would I let human Lilith top or half snake Lilith top? Easy answer, bro. Both at the same time. Mic drop.
Killed all the men of Shechem.
Sorry, I didn't mean Persephone. I didn't mean you know how I meant, bro. I apologize.
By tricking the men to get circumcised, and then went in and slew all the men, and then took captive their wives and children, and basically pillaged their whole city. So not exactly the greatest guy in the world. Of course, his relatives today are still trying to chop people, still trying to circumcise people today. So maybe there's a little connection there. But
God, you're so weird. Shawnee P is super chat $10. Thank you for an awesome year. You're great. Have a wonderful night. Thank you very much, Sean. Sorry I haven't been keeping an eye on. I don't know. I'm gonna have to check out what's going on with the because I'm still getting super chat for YouTube, but I'm not getting any. And it was happening at the beginning, but I'm not getting any chat messages from YouTube. So I'll have to figure out what's going on with that in the multi-chat. But thank you very much, Sean, and thank you for hanging out. And I'm sorry I didn't interact as much over on YouTube tonight.
But I would just say this, that God chose Jesus Christ because he knew he was going to get the job done. He's God. and also because he was his son. So is he wrong for doing that? Of course he's not. He's God. He gets to pick whoever he wants. And nepotism isn't inherently wrong. But that's what people say, because that's what is repeated by people over and over again. It's not inherently wrong to pick people because they're your family.
I don't know who is making an argument against Jesus being a nepotism pick. I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. This is dumb. Like this seems like another case of just making up something to be mad at. Let's see. Let's get to the end here. I feel like we got through most of the best / worst stuff.
A liar, because I let everybody do stuff here. So but I also think that I shouldn't just discourage my family members from serving, because shouldn't the whole church serve together? And so if my children serve and my grandchildren someday serve in this church, should I stop them from doing that because it gives them some sort of an advantage? I mean, isn't it nice to have an advantage of 2 Christian parents and so your children get saved? Oh, that's nepotism. You should just not allow them to be in your family and just adopt them as an atheist and see if they get saved somewhere.
Jesus 10 out of 10 nepo baby.
Adorn themselves in modest apparel with shamefacedness and sobriety, not with broided hair or gold or pearls or costly array. So obviously we're supposed to be modest in our dress also, and this is specifically talking about women in this passage, but our apparel in the New Testament is supposed to be modest, isn't it? So I'm not supposed to be up here wearing flashy clothes. If I walked up in the high priest garments, that'd be really weird. But for that time, it was to picture the Lord Jesus Christ, because he is holy, he is sinless. And all the stones and everything represented the children of Israel. He had the shoulder onyx stones with the names of the 12 tribes. All that stuff represents something. But we in the New Testament are supposed to just be modest and adorn ourselves with modest apparel and not wear super flashy, super expensive clothing. So modesty is not excessively large or elaborate or expensive. Dressing or behaving so as to avoid impropriety or indecency, especially to avoid attracting sexual attention.
Coda Anthony, DD, do you have anybody else? This guy is pointless and random, not educated on these subjects at all. Coda Anthony, I have the worst thing I can say. This is one of the best preachers at the NIFB. Like this is I don't want to say it's the best it gets, because I think they're technically, Bruce Mejia is technically a better speaker. Steven Anderson is not. He's not. But this is about the standard for the new independent fundamental Baptist church. The hate church I infiltrated. This is as good as it gets, honestly. Captain Crackpot. Sorry. Didn't want to get I saw a CP and I couldn't tell if it was a T or an L. Get your ranking right. Sorry. I'm going to make a wild guess that he's been accused of nepotism for promoting one of his children as leader of their church. He actually, you know what? That actually makes sense. That actually makes sense, because he does have a kid who does preach here. And he is nothing if not, he's preached entire sermons about how they're not a cult every time somebody calls them out on being culty. So yeah, it's you might, I think you're on to that. Raccoon Girl Mika, NIFB is New Independent Fundamental Baptist. They are slightly different from the. Thank you for all the salutes in chat. we love to salute our troops, like Captain Crackpot. Braver than most troops. Miley V. So his kid got involved, and I have the highlight reel on the channel where we looked into, there was a whole kerfuffle scandal with his kid and the kid of Steven Anderson, who, if you guys know Fundy Fridays, or if you know, I think Emma Thorne might have done something. Surus has definitely done. I know, and I actually need to reach out to Surus because we're talking about a collab on Twitter at some point, and I should just DM them about it. Mighty Mulatto, thank you for super chatting $5. The Levite priesthood and the giving of tithe money to them is talked about in Hebrews. Not going to catch them talking about that. They are a big fan of tithing. They are big on forcing people to tithe. It's one of their many cult-like things. I love Surus too. Leaving Eden. I will have to look. I'm gonna tap that in right now. Nerdy the Suit. Emma Thorne has a pretty big base. Like she has almost 200,000 followers. Like I was surprised comparatively. But I feel like Emma Thorne has just a very quiet, like, insular community, which is great. I love that. Surus is great. I love Surus. Yeah, the group chat stuff, May Levy. I was just looking, Leaving Eden. That's what I wanted to look up. Leaving. And a few seconds. Mia Midnight, 1986. Thank you very much for joining. Tithing is supposed to be voluntary, but oh boy, Floof the Floofy, do they really hammer home that you're supposed to give 10% of all of your shit to them? They are really on that. Okie dokie. So I need to go get some food. I am hungry. I spent most of the day actually reading and doing research for the next big video, which research is going great. It's on, gosh, my hair looks pretty good. It's on, like I've talked about before, for anybody who didn't miss out. Also, yes, no, Emma Thorne, you can see back there I have the Emma Thorne Baphomet I just got. But gotta get something to eat. New video coming out soon-ish, probably in the next week or two, on the Jewish question and modern anti-Semitism. If we have, by the way, any Jews, any Jewish, I don't know, we probably don't have many rabbinical scholars or anything, but if we do in chat, feel free to reach out to me. If you have any recommendations, you can email me or reach out to me on Twitter, because I am trying to cast as wide of a net as possible. And of sources. Thank you, Trans Girl Jade. And if I want to raid really quick. So we're going to raid a friend of mine who's playing Baldur's Gate 3. So please go check out Riverboat Jack. I don't think I can do a raid on YouTube, but everybody on Twitch, go check out Riverboat Jack, #FreePalestine. Thank you guys all so much. And thank you very much, Captain Crackpot. I am so glad. If you guys haven't watched the Spider-Man video yet, go watch it. I put literal weeks into it. Literal weeks. So go check it out. And yeah, let's get the raid started. And I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your year. Thank you guys so much for joining me on this weird journey. And I hope you all have a great night. I'm going to do a raid real quick. Everybody in the raid boat.